Chapter 1770. It was not just one fighting soul that appeared in front of Yi Fei. As the fighting soul roared, a chilly wind blew across the land. Another 3 fighting souls that had condensed into innate deities led a large group of vengeful spirits and bone demons. Like a well-trained army, they charged towards Yi Fei crazily. They charged over. The fighting soul that was biting onto the limitless sword was also dragging the limitless sword with all its might. It was quickly moving away from him, not giving him a chance to take back the limitless sword. Yi Fei could not help but be surprised. No wonder so many warriors in the Fighting Soul City, including Long Crane and the others, did not enter the Fighting Soul Canyon easily. It turns out that these fighting souls not only have spiritual intelligence, but also know how to gang up and bully others with numbers. Unfortunately, this little trick doesn't have much effect on me. Use 8 heavenly dragons. Without giving the fighting soul a chance to drag the ultimate sword away, Yi Fei immediately used his strongest martial arts. 8 dragons, driving 4 primordial celestial skills, destroyed the vengeful spirits and bone demons that surrounded him. At the same time, he strode forward and appeared in front of the black serpent fighting soul in an instant. He reached out and took back the ultimate sword. He snatched it back. Roar! The black serpent fighting soul was enraged. Its huge body became as big as a mountain. It opened its black hole-like mouth and tried to devour Yi Fei. Roar! 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 Another 3 roars sounded out, and they charged at Yi Fei from different directions, attacking the one on Yi Fei's left. It was a fighting soul with a bull head and a fiery tail. It spat out void fire and wanted to burn Yi Fei instantly. Yi Fei was about to dodge when he suddenly felt his body stiffen. It was another innate deity with a human face and snake hair. Its eyes shone with a mysterious light that froze heaven and earth and petrified everything. Half of Yi Fei's body was petrified under the mysterious light. Abnormal. The 1,000-legged war soul, which was the last to appear, immediately seized this opportunity and roared towards the sky. Its huge body suddenly began to spin, and the 1,000 legs on its body began to shine with divine light, becoming as sharp as saw teeth. It spun like a hurricane, wanting to crush Yi Fei's petrified body into pieces. Kill. 8 extreme heavenly dragon. A look of shock flashed across Yi Fei's petrified face. Then, the shock turned into rage. A flame of despair erupted from his body, instantly shattering the layer of stone that enveloped him. At the same time, Yi Fei once again used the powerful 8 extreme celestial dragon. However, what shocked him was that the 8-level heavenly dragon, which could even seriously injure a martial emperor, only sent the 4 war souls flying. It actually did not cause any serious injuries to them. The 4 fighting souls only managed to retreat a short distance, but the 4 fighting souls had already let out even more furious and ferocious roars. They continued to charge towards Yi Fei like innate celestial demons. These fighting spirits are so hard to defeat. It was no wonder that many people had been in the fighting spirit space for tens of years, or even hundreds of years, but it was still difficult to capture a fighting spirit. But this is not a problem for me. Xiao Qiao, come out and get to work. He realized that martial arts were not very effective against these war spirits. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. He quickly thought of Xiao Qiao's holy whip, which specialized in attacking divine souls. Strictly speaking, the martial god's fighting spirits were transformed from the martial god's divine soul after his death. Since they were all fighting spirits, then Xiao Qiao's holy whip should be able to attack these fighting spirits as well. When Xiao Qiao heard Yi Fei's words, he immediately took out his vine whip and rode out on the dragon turtle. He urged the dragon turtle to go forward. However, the dragon turtle had eaten too much. When it landed on the ground, the weight on its belly was already very heavy. The dragon turtle's 4 limbs were so full that it could not even reach the ground, let alone run. This stupid turtle, will you die if you eat less? Yi Fei wanted to slaughter the dragon turtle and make a stew out of it at the crucial moment. When the dragon turtle sensed Yi Fei's unfriendly gaze, it was also shocked. It was almost the new year. If it did not work hard and became fat, it would be easily slaughtered. The dragon turtle did not want to be placed on the dining table for no reason. When it realized that its four limbs could not reach the ground, the dragon turtle made up its mind and took a deep breath. Then, it used the fat on its belly to touch the ground. The dragon turtle bounced up high like a rubber ball. It even bounced left and right. Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao were dumbfounded by the bouncing, and the four war spirits were also dazzled by the bouncing. They simply could not grasp the exact position of the dragon turtle's bouncing. Yi Fei reckoned that even the dragon turtle itself didn't know where it would bounce next. It couldn't be helped, the fat on the dragon turtle's belly was too much and too thick. However, there was one thing that was not bad. No matter how high or fast the dragon turtle bounced, it always maintained its balance on its back. It would not allow Xiao Qiao to fall down or sway from side to side. At least this stupid turtle is still smart. Yi Fei was speechless, seeing that a small black turtle dared to bounce around in front of them. The four fighting spirits were completely enraged. This anger caused them to abandon Yi Fei at the same time. They roared and pounced on the dragon turtle. Xiao Qiao used the holy whip quickly. Yi Fei was shocked and quickly reminded him. Seeing that the four strange creatures wanted to hurt the dragon turtle, Xiao Qiao glared. Xiao Qiao was also very angry. Once Xiao Qiao was angry, the consequences would be very serious. Without waiting for the four fighting souls to rush over, Xiao Qiao had already waved her small hand. Dozens of vine whips, which carried a layer of rainbow-colored spiritual wind, were whipped towards the four fighting souls. The four fighting spirits were disdainful. As the fighting spirits formed after the death of the martial god, they more or less retained some of the Dharma fragments that the martial god had comprehended when he was alive. By relying on these Dharma fragments, the fighting spirits could greatly reduce the damage caused by martial arts. At this moment, the black serpent fighting spirit did not even look at the vine whips that Xiao Qiao was waving. It only cared about opening its black hole-like mouth and wanted to swallow Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle in one gulp. Ha! At this moment, Xiao Qiao's vine whips successfully hit the black serpent fighting spirit's body. The black serpent fighting spirit's huge body trembled uncontrollably. Before the black serpent could understand what was going on. Pa pa pa! Seeing that the black serpent fighting spirit did not move, Xiao Qiao was angry. He whipped the black serpent fighting spirit 4 to 5 times. The black serpent fighting spirit trembled violently. Roar! The black serpent fighting spirit finally could not withstand the damage from the holy whip and roared angrily. However, as it roared, the black serpent fighting spirit was horrified to find that its huge body was shrinking rapidly under Xiao Qiao's vine whips. Soon, it turned from a mountain to a hill, and from a hill to a few meters. It was a huge snake. In the end, the black serpent fighting spirit could not even maintain the image of a huge snake. It screamed on the spot, and its body trembled. It had turned into a black shadow that looked like an earthworm. It fell to the ground and twitched in pain. This scene gave the other fighting souls, who were about to charge forward, a fright. Then they looked at Xiao Qiao. Chapter 1771. As the dragon turtle jumped around, it looked sympathetically at the fighting soul that had turned from a black snake to a dead snake. It could not help but reminisce about the past when it was beaten up by Xiao Qiao to the point that it almost doubted its life. It was unbearable to recall the past. However, when it saw the powerful fighting soul being beaten up by Xiao Qiao, it doubted its own soul. The dragon turtle felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Thus, in order to make it easier for Xiao Qiao to fight and for it to enjoy watching, the dragon tortoise jumped even harder. It even jumped over the body of the battle soul that had been beaten into a dead snake and fiercely slammed into the bullhead battle soul that was closest to it. It exuded a domineering aura, as if it was the only one who could beat it. It was domineering. Yi Fei also seemed to have an illusion. Strange, Xiao Qiao is the one beating the fighting souls. Why is the He so agitated? Oh no, these fighting souls are the opportunity to break through to the martial emperor realm. Since we have met them, we can't let them run away so easily. Xiao Qiao, continue to beat them. Hit them with all your might. E. The impact of the spiritual stones was undoubtedly a temptation that Xiao Chao could not resist. Hence, Xiao Chao worked even harder. After binding the black snake fighting soul with a vine whip, Xiao Chao immediately pounced on the other bull-headed fighting soul. This caused the bull-headed fighting soul's face to turn pale with fright. The other two fighting souls started to tremble uncontrollably. After all, although they were fighting souls, they were only mutated from the dead spiritual souls of the martial gods. In such a state, they could ignore the martial arts and realms of the warriors. However, in the face of the holy whip, which specialized in attacking the spiritual soul, even the martial god's spiritual soul could only stand there and be beaten without any corresponding defense, let alone a fighting soul. Roar! Xiao Chao's vine whip had only lashed once at the bull-headed fighting soul, but the bull-headed fighting soul had already cried out in extreme pain. The flames that it had spat out had turned into small flames. Without waiting for the flames to burn, Xiao Chao lashed out with her vine whip again. The bull-headed fighting soul was even more miserable than the black snake. After 2 lashes, his body was already convulsing, and sparks were spurting out from his mouth and nose. He collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of mush. This completely frightened the other 2 fighting souls. Before Xiao Chao could rush over to attack them, the 2 fighting souls had already turned around and ran away. Especially the 1,000-legged fighting soul, it ran away faster than lightning. Although the 2 fighting souls were fast, Yi Fei was even faster. Seeing that the fighting souls were unable to fight back against Xiao Chao's vine whip, Yi Fei was completely relieved. He immediately used all his strength and rushed towards the 2 escaping fighting souls. The 2 sides instantly engaged in a fierce battle. While Yi Fei was busy dealing with the 2 fighting souls, Xiao Chao quickly jumped over on the dragon turtle. He waved his small hand again, and the whistling vine whip had already turned into 2 real god-whipping whips. With the whistling of the spiritual wind, he whipped the 2 fighting souls a few times consecutively. Then, the 2 fighting souls screamed in terror and fell to the ground with a loud bang. They turned into colorful shadows and fell to the ground. After falling to the ground, Xiao Chao used his vine whip to tie them up. Yi Fei also took this opportunity to immediately circulate his true origin and infuse it into the bodies of the 4 fighting souls. He immediately started refining them. When the refining was completed, what appeared in front of Yi Fei were no longer the fighting souls in the form of innate gods and demons. Instead, they were 4 strange crystals of different colors. Yi Fei knew that these 4 crystals should be the law fragments left behind by the martial god after his death. As long as he absorbed one of the law fragments, he would be able to obtain the opportunity to break through to the martial emperor realm. Seeing that Yi Fei had actually refined the fighting soul into a sparkling crystal, Xiao Chao's eyes suddenly lit up. She suddenly asked for a fragment of the heavenly law. Xiao Chao's face revealed a hesitant expression as she bit her finger. Xiao Chao, what did you say? These law fragments seem edible. When Yi Fei understood Xiao Chao's gesture, he was also very surprised. Xiao Chao nodded, indicating that his intuition was definitely not wrong. These sparkling crystals should also be edible to Xiao Chao. After he finished gesturing, Xiao Chao happily hugged the law fragment and took a big bite. Then, Xiao Chao's expression suddenly turned ugly. With a smack, he spat out the law fragment and told Yi Fei aggrievedly that these crystals did not have any spiritual energy. Instead, they contained a strange power that was very unpalatable and very strong. Yi Fei speculated that the thing that Xiao Chao found unpalatable should be divine power. That was a power that only the martial god could possess. It was of a higher level than true yuan. Only the dragon turtle was unwilling to give up. When it heard Xiao Chao say that the law fragment was unpalatable, it immediately stretched out its black mouth with great precision and bit the law fragment to swallow. However, just as it ate half of it, the dragon turtle's body turned from black to green. It was so frightened that it quickly spat out the law fragment. It spat it out. Yi Fei's face immediately twitched violently. However, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he could still afford Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle eating spirit stones. If Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle suddenly changed to eating law fragments, he would not be able to afford it even if he sold everything he had. However, this law fragment that has been bitten by the dragon turtle cannot be absorbed no matter what. I can only think of a way to sell it to someone else. That's right. Why didn't I think of it? Even a law fragment that can be sold for 300 spirit veins will only be more valuable if it can help one break through to the martial emperor realm. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Looking at the eerie Fighting Soul Canyon, Yifei suddenly felt something. This canyon was so intimate and so charming. It's decided then. The dragon turtle. Xiao Qiao. From now on, we have a small goal, and that is to defeat all the fighting souls in this canyon. We would rather fight 100 by mistake than let any of them escape. If we can accomplish this, we won't eat spirit stones anymore. We will eat spirit veins directly. Yifei said hesitantly. He said with determination. Hearing that they could eat spirit veins directly instead of spirit stones, Xiao Qiao's eyes immediately widened. He hugged the dragon turtle and happily rolled around on the ground. The dragon turtle was so excited that tears streamed down its face. It had been secretly eating spirit veins in the spirit pagoda for more than a day or two. It was afraid that Yifei would find out. Now, he could finally eat the spirit veins openly. The dragon turtle was even more excited than Yifei and Xiao Qiao. Without saying a word, it carried Xiao Qiao and rushed into the distance like a gust of wind. Not long after, a few more fighting souls that were wandering in the canyon were alarmed. They roared and charged toward Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle. Then, Yifei sat cross-legged in front of these fighting souls that had been beaten to death. He easily refined these fighting souls and obtained law fragments. At the same time, these fighting souls that had been refined by Yifei did not really die. Instead, they entered the strange space again like the vengeful spirits and bone demons and recovered very slowly. Chapter 1772. The fighting spirit space was neither small nor big. At most, it was about the size of an empire. Many ordinary people would find it difficult to walk out of this space in their lifetime. However, for a powerful warrior like Yifei, it only took him 2 days to clean up the entire fighting spirit space. The canyon was completely cleaned up. At this moment, not a single fighting spirit could be found in the fighting spirit canyon. This was because all the fighting spirits had been destroyed by Xiao Qiao's god-beating whip. All that was left were pieces of the martial god's law fragments. These law fragments were of different colors. According to the law that the martial god had comprehended when he was alive, the color of the law fragments would be different. For example, the massacre law fragment was the color of blood. It was as beautiful as a blood gem. The darkness law fragment was as black as ink and emitted a gloomy aura. For example, the law fragment that Xiao Qiao had thought was disgusting and had turned the dragon turtle green. Later on, Yifei had discovered that it was a very rare law fragment of poison. The law fragment was filled with poison. Luckily, the dragon turtle had eaten half of it and spat it out. Otherwise, the dragon turtle would have turned into a poisonous turtle. The law fragments that the martial gods have comprehended are different. The divine power contained in the law fragments is also different. The stronger the law, the greater the opportunity to break through to the martial emperor realm. I wonder how many law fragments I will need to break through to the martial emperor realm. Looking at the law fragments on the ground, Yifei could not help but feel nervous. After all, he was a person who had been abandoned by the heavens. When he had broken through to the martial emperor realm, he had already experienced many difficulties. It would not be easy for him to break through to the martial emperor realm. The only fortunate thing was that he had already cleared out all the fighting spirits in the fighting spirit space with Xiao Qiao. Now, he had enough law fragments to break through to the martial emperor realm. Furthermore, the other 2 martial emperors from the tiger tribe could attack at any time. Yifei did not have time to hesitate. If I don't break through to the martial emperor realm now, I will definitely not be a match for the two martial emperors. If I want to win, the only way is to break through to the martial emperor realm immediately. I will definitely avenge Brother Zhang and the others. Also, this time, I will definitely not let this person off. When Yi Fei thought of his companions who had entered the fighting spirit space with him but had been killed by the Tiger Tribe's martial emperor, a gloomy, killing intent involuntarily flashed in his eyes. After that, he no longer hesitated. He picked up a fragment of the laws in his hand and frantically refined it. Boom! As Yi Fei refined it, the law fragment began to emit an intense divine light. This divine light was the power of the martial god contained within the law fragment. This energy was violent, powerful, and even had an intense aura of the laws. It was completely different from the calmness of spiritual energy. This was also the reason why Xiao Chao found it unpalatable. If spiritual energy was fruit wine, then divine power was undoubtedly the strongest liquor. When this liquor-like divine power surged into Yi Fei's body, Yi Fei's spiritual soul immediately began to vibrate. The 9 heavenly territories in his body were like 9 bright stars that suddenly rushed out of Yi Fei's body. They were also like stars as they floated above Yi Fei's head. When they sensed the divine power aura that Yi Fei had refined, the Tai Chi territory, which was the first to form, suddenly produced a strong suction force that ferociously absorbed all of the divine power that Yi Fei had refined. Boom! After being nourished by the divine power, the entire Tai Chi territory immediately emitted a dazzling divine light. It was blazing like a purple-gold sun that lit up the surrounding sky and land. However, Yi Fei did not feel any signs of breaking through to the martial emperor realm. He was stunned. However, when he saw the 8 heavenly territories behind him, he could not help but smile bitterly. Indeed, the more territories I have, the harder it is to break through to the martial emperor realm. I have a total of 9 heavenly territories. It is very likely that I will need to refine 9 law fragments at the same time in order to break through to the martial emperor realm. After noticing the change in the Tai Chi territory, Yi Fei did not hesitate. He immediately took out another law fragment and quickly refined it. As Yi Fei refined the law fragment, the other 8 territories behind him started to vibrate. Among them, the Blood Demon territory, which was the strongest, took the initiative to absorb enough divine power. Soon, a blazing blood sun appeared between heaven and earth. It hung high in the sky, competing with the Tai Chi territory. However, the Tai Chi territory and the blood sun had not been formed for long. Another thunder sun that flickered with boundless lightning rose into the sky with a loud rumble. It exploded with a dazzling divine light of lightning. Roar! Soon, the roar of a divine dragon resounded between heaven and earth. The image of a huge azure dragon shone with divine light, majestic and mighty. A dragon roamed the world. Then, a vermilion bird covered in flames appeared. It formed a terrifying fire sun that rushed into the sky and set the sky ablaze. However, before the sky and earth could burn, the flames suddenly froze, forming ice crystals that hung in the sky. Finally, when Yi Fei's 9 territories shone with divine light at the same time, it was as if 9 different colored suns had appeared in the entire fighting spirit space. They lit up the entire fighting spirit space and shocked all the cultivators in Fighting Spirit City. Heavens, 9 suns in the sky. Someone is trying to break through to the martial emperor realm. This is too terrifying. An ordinary cultivator would have the opportunity to break through to the martial emperor realm if they could light up 1 territory. However, this person actually lit up 9 territories in one go. Who is this person? How many fighting spirits did he capture, and how many law fragments did he refine? Demon, the person who lit up the territories must be one of those legendary demons. I know who he is. I know who he is too. Boom! As the strange phenomenon of 9 suns appeared in the fighting spirit space, all the cultivators in Fighting Spirit City thought of one person at the same time. That was Yi Fei. Between cups of wine, he looks down on the foreign experts as if they are nothing. While he is chatting, he kills the foreign experts as if they are dogs. The person who broke through to the martial emperor realm must be Yi Fei. Only Yi Fei can cause the strange phenomenon of 9 suns in the sky. Countless human experts were cheering. After all, Yi Fei was also a human. Once Yi Fei broke through to the martial emperor realm, the human tribe would have one more expert. When they saw the 9 suns in the sky and the calm crane soaring into the sky, they could not help but take a deep breath. Then they lowered their heads dejectedly. He is indeed a peerless demon. In terms of talent, I'm not as good as Brother Yi. Humph, crane soaring sky. Pay attention to your status. He's just a lowly human. Even if he is one of the 10 great divine bodies, he can forget about breaking through to the martial emperor realm in this lifetime, let alone being a peerless demon. The faces of the Tiger clan's eldest brother and second brother were cold. Chapter 1773. Yi Fei, hurry up and come out to die. The earth-shattering roar was like thunder, like a war drum, shaking the heavens and the earth. It also shook the entire fighting spirit space. When the 2 martial emperors saw that Yi Fei had lit up 9 heaven-grade domains in one breath, they were shocked. At the same time, they could no longer hide their murderous intent. This was the most crucial moment for Yi Fei to break through the martial path barrier and become a martial emperor. The 2 Tiger tribe martial emperors' furious roars and murderous intents were secretly trying to disturb Yi Fei's mind. It would be best if Yi Fei panicked and lost the opportunity to break through to martial emperor. As expected, the commotion caused by my breakthrough to martial emperor is too great. These 2 Tiger tribe martial emperors not only want to disturb my mind, but they also want to prevent me from becoming a martial emperor. Unfortunately, you are too late. I lack many things, but the one thing I lack the most is law fragments. Break through the martial path barrier. Yi Fei ignored the 2 Tiger tribe martial emperors from Fighting Spirit City. After refining the 9th law fragment, he quickly took out the 10th law fragment and started to refine it frantically. Rumble. As Yi Fei refined the law fragment, an even more intense divine light erupted from the 9 sun-like domains. If it was said that Yi Fei had only lit up the domains at the beginning, then when he refined the 10th law fragment, he was no longer just lighting up the domains. Instead, he was completely igniting the 9 domains. They were burning like stars. The many cultivators from Fighting Spirit City did not even need to get close. They only needed to raise their eyes to see the 9 blazing domains in the sky above Fighting Spirit Canyon instantly turn into 9 dazzling domain stars. With a whistling sound and divine light, the domain stars crashed down on Yi Fei's body with a loud bang. Then, they charged fiercely toward Yi Fei. Within his body, there was an invisible martial arts barrier that existed in the unseen world. No, damn it, quickly stop him. The eldest Tiger tribe martial emperor was so angry that his eyes were about to crack. You are just a lowly human. Who gave you the courage to break through to martial emperor? What qualifications do you have to break through to martial emperor? The eyes of the 2nd Tiger tribe martial emperor flashed with shocking, killing intent. The 2 Tiger race martial emperors were still a step too late. By the time they arrived at Yi Fei's seclusion grounds, the 9 domains had already transformed into resplendent stars of divine light. They merged into Yi Fei's body and began to break through the martial arts barrier. This immediately caused them to fall into an incomparable rage. Tiger's roar. The 2 martial emperors of the Tiger race roared at the same time and used their strongest immemorial heavenly skills. Their huge tiger palms formed 2 huge mountain peaks that shattered mountains and rivers and shook the 8 desolates. The mighty Emperor aura enveloped the entire War Soul Canyon. No one knew how many vengeful spirits and bone demons were trapped in this incomparably terrifying Emperor aura. Under the might, his body was crushed and his bones shattered, vanishing into thin air. This was the terror of a martial emperor expert. If one did not become a martial emperor, one would not be able to understand the power and terror of a martial emperor that could control mountains and rivers and destroy the world. Just the emperor's might of the two tiger race martial emperors caused many cultivators who released their spiritual senses to suffer severe injuries. They clutched their heads and screamed miserably. Heavens, the tiger race martial emperors are too powerful. They are truly enraged. It's over. Yi Fei is completely finished. Even if he is a peerless demon, facing two martial emperors, I'm afraid he will be killed by the martial emperors before he can cross the tribulation. Look, Yi Fei is moving. Heavens, he directly triggered the martial emperor tribulation. He is crazy. At the peak of the mountain, facing the all-out attacks of the two martial emperors of the tiger race, Yi Fei did not attack. Instead, he fiercely borrowed the divine power produced by the domains and resolutely broke through the invisible martial arts barrier in his body, instantly stepping into the martial emperor realm. Immediately, the world shook and the entire War Soul Canyon shook. At the end of the void, the heavenly Tao sensed it and opened a mysterious eye at this moment. It was the eye of the heavenly Tao. Only when a cultivator broke through to the martial emperor realm would they attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. When the heavenly Tao saw that the person undergoing the tribulation was Yi Fei, the person who had been abandoned by the heavens. Even if the heavenly Tao was heartless, all the cultivators present seemed to be able to feel the extreme anger hidden in the rumbling of the heavenly Tao. Then, an endless sea of lightning instantly covered the entire sky and earth, except for the War Soul City. Suddenly, layers of martial god restrictions erupted to protect the War Soul City from being affected by the heavenly tribulation. The outside of the War Soul City had turned into a sea of lightning. In this sea, the immemorial heavenly skills of the two tiger race martial emperors seemed so small. They only had time to raise a few thousand meters tall wave of lightning. Then they saw something that made their scalps tingle. What was gradually condensing in the vortex of the eye of the heavenly tribulation was actually not the lightning of the martial emperor tribulation. Instead, it was the incomparably huge Thunderbolt Mountain. The eyes of the tiger race's eldest were bloodshot. Thunderbolt Mountain. It's actually Thunderbolt Mountain. How many sins has this kid committed to trigger such a terrifying martial emperor tribulation? Eldest brother, quickly kill him. You must kill him. Otherwise, we will all be in danger. When the tiger race's second eldest saw the Thunderbolt Mountain slowly condensing, even if he was a martial emperor, he was so frightened that his legs went soft. The power of Yi Fei's martial emperor tribulation was simply too exaggerated. When other martial emperors underwent their tribulations, the lightning pillars condensed were at most as thick as a water tank. However, the one condensing at the end of the void was no longer a lightning pillar. It was clearly a terrifying mountain formed by endless lightning. Generally, only martial gods could encounter such a terrifying heavenly tribulation during their second tribulation. When he saw the eye of the heavenly tribulation slowly condensing and firmly locking onto him, Yi Fei began to feel bitter in his mouth. He had the urge to point at the sky and curse the earth. Damned heavenly Tao. Even if I'm a person abandoned by the heavens and you don't like me, you don't have to create such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. How is this a tribulation? It's clearly trying to kill me. Yi Fei's face was filled with anger. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. It was one thing for the two tiger race martial emperors to hunt him down, but even the heavenly Tao wanted to purposely prank him by sending down such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Kill. Yi Fei made up his mind. He simply couldn't be bothered with the Thunderbolt Mountain that was slowly condensing. He braved the boundless sea of lightning and charged madly at the tiger race's eldest. Brat, I think you're courting death. The tiger race's eldest was enraged. He was a martial emperor after all. Although he was shocked by the abnormal power of Yi Fei's heavenly tribulation, he still chose to immediately charge forward and fight Yi Fei. Roar. When the tiger race's second eldest saw the tiger race's eldest make a move, he immediately roared and transformed into a multicolored divine tiger again. Clearly, compared to letting Yi Fei be struck to death by the heavenly tribulation, they were more willing to enjoy the feeling of tearing Yi Fei apart with their own hands. Humph, we don't know who's courting death. Take this, 8th-level heavenly dragon. Kill. Yi Fei didn't care about the second eldest attack. Instead, he ignited his bloodline divine armor and charged directly at the tiger race's eldest. Chapter 1774. Tiger Fighting the 8 Desolations. There was another earth-shattering roar. The roar came from the mouth of the second brother of the tiger tribe. He waved his huge tiger paw, controlling the universe and drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. The boundless sea of lightning surged, forming countless waves of lightning. Then, these waves turned into golden lightning swords under the control of the second brother of the tiger tribe. They whistled and attacked Yi Fei from all directions. In an instant, they shattered Yi Fei's bloodline divine armor. However, the bloodline divine armor managed to block the second brother's attack before it shattered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Fei successfully rushed to the front of the eldest brother of the tiger tribe. The 8 extreme heavenly dragons shot out in an instant, forming 8 different trigrams. They were like 8 dazzling worlds that suppressed time and space and shattered the eldest brother's tiger roaring mountains and rivers. How is this possible? You can actually control 5 immemorial heavenly skills at the same time. The eldest brother of the tiger tribe was horrified. He had already overestimated Yi Fei. However, when Yi Fei really used the 8 extreme heavenly dragon, he still felt a great fear in his heart. After Yi Fei stepped into the martial emperor realm, the 8 extreme heavenly dragon had become even more terrifying. Its power had increased from 4 immemorial heavenly skills to 5 immemorial heavenly skills. Rumble. As the 8 extreme heavenly dragon shot out, the heavenly saint demonic art, Azura divine fist, dragons suppressing the 9 heavens, heavenly cauldron suppressing the gods, and Yi Fei's Tai Chi sword principle were all shot out at the same time. Although the eldest brother of the tiger tribe tried his best to resist, his huge tiger body was beaten into a bloody mess. He could not help but let out a miserable shriek. Cries. All the martial artists who saw this scene with their divine senses were all shocked. Although Yi Fei had stepped into the martial emperor realm, he had not passed the martial emperor tribulation. His realm was not stable yet. Even so, Yi Fei still managed to beat the eldest brother of the tiger tribe, a true martial emperor, with his own strength. If Yi Fei successfully passed the martial emperor tribulation and stabilized his realm, how terrifying would Yi Fei's combat strength be? Such a demonic genius should not die at the hands of the tiger tribe. He should go to the human race's impregnable pass and fight to protect the human race. That's right, the tiger tribe is too much. Are you not afraid that the human race's experts will pursue you? Roar. What answered the many cultivators was the 2 tiger race, martial emperor's furious roars. All of you, shut up for this old man. He is a wanted criminal of the god of Heaven Hall and a spy of the shaman tribe. Whoever kills him will be rewarded by the god of Heaven Hall. Everyone, follow us and kill this spy. Realizing that the 2 of them could no longer suppress Yi Fei, the tiger race's leader's eyes flashed with cunningness and hatred. Not only did he accuse Yi Fei of being a spy, he even tried to mobilize the strong heaven-grade quasi-emperors of Fighting Spirit City to surround and kill Yi Fei. Upon hearing this, many quasi-emperors of other races became restless. Yi, of the marshals, marshal. The marshals marshal. Stop them. That's right, we can't stop the marshal, but we can work together to stop the other martial emperors. Someone shouted. Suddenly, all the martial emperors in the Fighting Spirit City were enraged. They felt that the tiger tribe had gone too far this time. However, before they could do anything, rumble. Heaven and earth shook. The heavenly Tao was furious. At the end of the void, the huge thunderbolt mountain was fully formed. It seemed to have gathered all the power of the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, it carried a supreme power that could destroy heaven and earth. It suddenly flew out from the void like a divine mountain, crushing Yi Fei and every inch of space in the Fighting Spirit Canyon. At this moment, the martial emperors in the Fighting Spirit City turned pale and their hearts trembled when they sensed the aura of the Thunderbolt Mountain, let alone entering the canyon. Heavens, this is the divine mountain tribulation. Damn it! How could we forget that he was abandoned by the heavens? Once he goes through the tribulation, it will definitely be earth-shattering. The two martial emperors from the Tiger tribe also turned pale. This divine mountain tribulation was really too terrifying. Although there was only one divine mountain, it was a huge mountain that covered the entire canyon. Even if a martial emperor was hit by such a divine mountain, his bones would definitely be broken and he would die a miserable death. At this critical moment of life and death, the two martial emperors of the Tiger clan could not care less about killing Yi Fei. They only used all their strength and joined forces with each other in an attempt to resist the descent of the sacred mountain and escape the range of this heavenly tribulation. Where are you going? Didn't you want to kill me? Now, I'll give you a chance. Let's go through the tribulation together and see who dies first. Kill. When the divine mountain fell from the void, Yi Fei felt his scalp go numb and his heart tremble. However, he did not retreat. He would have to face the martial emperor tribulation sooner or later anyway. Instead of facing it alone, he might as well drag the two martial emperors with him and risk their lives together. If he did not die, he would be lucky. If he died, he would have two martial emperors to take the fall. 8th-level Heavenly Dragon. After stepping into the martial emperor realm, Yi Fei's true origin became even more vigorous. It changed from a river to an ocean. This also gave him more and stronger ability to control many immemorial heavenly skills. In order to keep the two martial emperors from the Tiger tribe here, Yi Fei made up his mind and released two immemorial heavenly skills in one go. 8th-level Heavenly Dragon. Then Yi Fei saw a huge divine mountain that covered the sky and the sun. It crushed down on him with a force that could destroy everything. Ah, Demon Yi, you will die a horrible death. We won't let you off even if we become ghosts. Under the obstruction of the 8th-level Heavenly Dragon, the two martial emperors from the Tiger tribe had no chance of escaping the divine mountain. Their eyes were red as they cursed and roared. They were forced to work together and attack the divine mountain. Unknowingly, they also helped Yi Fei share a lot of the pressure of the heavenly tribulation. This was the effect that Yi Fei needed. It would be very difficult for him to face such a terrifying martial emperor tribulation alone. However, with the help of the two martial emperors, the pressure of the heavenly tribulation would be reduced by a lot. Moreover, Yi Fei had an advantage that the martial emperors from the Tiger tribe did not have. He had the undying sword soul that could absorb the heavenly tribulation. Undying sword soul, wake up! Yi Fei roared in his heart. At this critical moment, there was no need for him to hide. Immediately, the undying sword soul was awakened and formed a terrifying vortex of destruction. Then, Yi Fei raised the limitless sword like a bright star and turned around. He crashed into the divine mountain at an extremely fast speed. Boom! At this moment, even the divine mountain that was formed by the heavenly Tao shook slightly. The two martial emperors from the Tiger tribe looked at Yi Fei in shock. He had crashed through the divine mountain and rushed into the interior of the divine mountain. He sat down cross-legged like an old monk. Chapter 1775. The second brother of the Tiger tribe had never liked to use his brain. He preferred the thrill of tearing apart human women and children with his bare hands. However, when he saw Yi Fei's actions, he had a sudden inspiration and saw through Yi Fei's method of overcoming the tribulation. That was indeed the case. Facing such a huge lightning mountain, Even a martial emperor might be crushed to death if they tried to resist it from the outside. However, if they tried to consume the sacred mountain's power from the inside, the result would be different. After all, Yi Fei had the undying sword soul and could absorb the power of the heavenly tribulation. Unfortunately, the second brother of the tiger tribe did not know this and thought that the inside of the sacred mountain was actually the weakest part of the sacred mountain tribulation. In addition, after Yi Fei rushed into the sacred mountain, only the first and second brothers of the tiger tribe were left to face the sacred mountain alone. They immediately felt the pressure multiplied, especially the first brother of the tiger tribe. He had been injured by Yi Fei's 8th-level heavenly dragon earlier. Before he could escape to heal his injuries, the terrifying sacred mountain tribulation had been suppressed. At this moment, the first brother of the tiger tribe was extremely regretful. He should not have rushed in to kill Yi Fei while he was undergoing the tribulation. Therefore, when he heard the second brother's words and saw Yi Fei rushing into the sacred mountain, his eyes lit up. He thought to himself, "Humph, that brat has just broken through to martial emperor. His cultivation realm is not high. Since he dares to rush into the sacred mountain, there is no reason that we, two true martial emperors, can't rush out. I understand now. If we want to withstand the sacred mountain tribulation, we must rush into the sacred mountain. Demon Yi, just wait for your death." Ha 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 ha. Thinking that he had seen through Yi Fei's plan, the first brother of the tiger tribe roared proudly. He did not hesitate to burn his own martial emperor blood essence again. As he roared, the two huge divine tigers erupted with power at the same time. They shattered the sacred mountain and rushed into the sacred mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the sacred mountain, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The roaring thunder formed a world of thunder that was even more terrifying than a volcano. It instantly enveloped the two martial emperors. It felt as if their bodies were instantly electrified. The second brother of the tiger tribe, who was weaker, had just rushed in. She felt numb. The tiger tribe's leader also let out a blood-curdling scream. His gorgeous tiger fur was charred black by the omnipresent heavenly tribulation lightning. How is this crossing a tribulation? Rushing in is clearly courting death. Second brother, you pighead, you're going to get us killed. How could he have been so foolish as to believe the second brother's words and really rushed into the divine mountain? Damn, is there something wrong with this tiger's head? They actually dared to charge into the interior of the sacred mountain. Yi Fei also looked at the two tiger race martial emperors in shock. One had to know that even with the undying sword soul that could absorb the power of the heavenly tribulation, he was still numb from the boundless lightning around him. If not for the heavenly tribulation fluid that he had accumulated earlier, which could continuously heal his injuries, he would not have been able to hold on any longer. He would have either escaped or been struck to death by the heavenly tribulation. However, these two tiger tribe martial emperors did not have anything on them. They did not have any treasures that could withstand the heavenly tribulation, nor did they have any undying sword souls that could absorb the heavenly tribulation. Yet, they actually dared to rush into the sacred mountain like him. What was the difference between this and jumping into a fire pit naked? Of course, the two tiger tribe martial emperors could not be blamed for their foolishness. It was because Yi Fei's action of rushing into the sacred mountain alone was too easy to cause a misunderstanding. Just think about it. Even a junior who had just broken through to martial emperor and had not even crossed the martial emperor tribulation could easily rush into the sacred mountain and even seem to be meditating inside. There was no reason why these two veteran martial emperors could not rush into the sacred mountain and cultivate inside. They could even take the opportunity to kill Yi Fei and not give him the opportunity to cross the martial emperor tribulation. It was also because of this misunderstanding that the two tiger tribe martial emperors became hot-headed and rushed in as well. They instantly tasted the bitter consequences of being struck by the heavenly tribulation. Originally, the heavenly tribulation inside the sacred mountain was only aimed at Yi Fei, causing Yi Fei to suffer unspeakably. Now that the two tiger tribe martial emperors had suddenly rushed in, The heavenly tribulation inside the sacred mountain immediately split into three forces and attacked Yi Fei and the two Tiger Tribe martial emperors respectively. Yi Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly looked at the two Tiger Tribe martial emperors and said emotionally, "Two martial emperors, you two are really good tigers. It's fine that you risked your lives to help me resist the sacred mountain's tribulation outside. But in the end, you took the initiative to rush in and risk your lives to help me share the sacred mountain's power. It's all thanks to the two of you." "What did you say? Shameless demon Yi, you actually dared to use us to cross the heavenly tribulation. You deserve to die. You deserve to die." Roar. The Tiger Clan's boss was so humiliated that he actually spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. However, before he could spit out the blood, boundless lightning drilled into his palm, electrocuting him so much that his entire body convulsed. His entire tiger head was char-black from the bombardment. Soon after, the smell of barbecued meat came from the sacred mountain and drifted far away. The second Tiger Tribe martial emperor was too weak to withstand the heavenly tribulation's thunderbolts. A small part of his body had already been half-cooked by the heavenly tribulation. When the second Tiger Tribe martial emperor discovered this, he was scared half to death on the spot. He roared and actually ignored the eldest Tiger Tribe martial emperor. He turned around and ran out of the sacred mountain while roaring, "Second brother, don't go." The eldest Tiger Tribe martial emperor's expression changed greatly. His tone suddenly carried a hint of panic and fear. "Haha, it's too late. Die." Yi Fei laughed loudly. If the eldest Tiger Tribe martial emperor and the second Tiger Tribe martial emperor were together, even if he had completely crossed the martial emperor tribulation, it would have taken him a lot of effort to kill them. However, the second Tiger Tribe martial emperor was afraid of the heavenly tribulation and ran out of the sacred mountain alone. This gave Yi Fei the best opportunity to kill them one by one. Immediately, he did not even care about the heavenly tribulation. He waved the limitless sword and charged towards the eldest Tiger Tribe martial emperor. "Roar, tiger roaring mountain and river. Even if I die, I will take you down with me." The eldest Tiger Tribe martial emperor roared. Knowing that he could not escape, he immediately burned all of his martial emperor blood essence, forming a crazy blood tiger. It tore apart the heaven and earth and tore a huge hole in the endless thunderbolts inside the sacred mountain. 8th-level heavenly dragon, I will send you to the western paradise. Kill, 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 kill. Yi Fei's expression was cold. While using the undying sword spirit to absorb the heavenly tribulation around him, he also used all of his strength to once again control the 5 immemorial heavenly martial arts and unleash the 8th-level heavenly dragon. The terrifying heavenly dragon shook the heaven and earth and even shook the sacred mountain. Terrifying cracks appeared on the sacred mountain. In the end, the many martial artists who were watching the battle only heard a shocking explosion coming from inside the sacred mountain. The sacred mountain formed by the heavenly tribulation thunderbolts had already been blasted into a huge thunderbolt cave. Endless heavenly tribulation energy gushed out from within. At the same time, a huge corpse also gushed out. The charred corpse of the Tiger Tribe martial emperor. Big brother is dead. Yi Fei demon. The Tiger Tribe will never let you go. The Divine Palace will never let you go. Just wait for your death. The second Tiger Tribe martial emperor roared furiously. He was sad and fearful. He had no choice but to rush into the sacred mountain. He was already seriously injured. Now, he was the only one left. He had the courage to fight Yi Fei. Therefore, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the second Tiger Tribe martial emperor endured the humiliation and anger. He only rushed towards Fighting Spirit City without any regard for his life. He also tried to rush out of the range of the terrifying heavenly tribulation. Kill. Yi Fei's expression was cold. Endless thunderbolts and lightning surrounded his body. The terrifying heavenly tribulation still locked onto him. However, it could not lock down the shocking killing intent in Yi Fei's heart. Brother Zhang, Brother Chun, Brother Liu, Brother Li. If you are watching from the heavens, you can open your eyes now and watch me take revenge for you. Kill. The dazzling sword light was like a destructive meteor. With a whistling sound and killing intent and anger, it slashed through the sacred mountain and the second Tiger Tribe martial emperor's seriously injured body. Chapter 1776. Rumble. With the destruction of the sacred mountain and the death of the two Tiger Tribe martial emperors, even the heavenly way could not do anything to Yi Fei. The sea of lightning that filled the sky started to recede and quickly returned to the void. It also returned to the vortex of the eye of the heavenly way. Before the crowd's shocked gazes, Yi Fei took another step forward. He held the divine sword that was dripping with blood and charged towards the eye of the heavenly way at the end of the void. He started to compete with the heavenly way for the scattered heavenly tribulation energy. Boom! This action angered the heavenly way. The heavens and earth shook. At the end of the void, the eye of the heavenly way released a terrifying pressure, as if it wanted to crush the entire fighting spirit space. This was the heavenly way. It was an existence that made the souls of martial artists tremble. When Yi Fei felt the heavenly way's heavenly way, he sneered. He did not hold back and released his emperor aura. Instantly, a terrifying aura that could shake the heavenly way blocked the heavenly way's heavenly way. It also shocked the souls of all the martial artists present. Oh my God, he has just broken through to the martial emperor realm. The emperor aura that he produced can block the heavenly way's heavenly way. This is the terrifying part of a peerless genius. Unless a demigod intervenes, a peerless genius is invincible among the martial emperors. Many martial artists sighed. Looking at the charred corpses of the two Tiger Tribe martial emperors in the canyon, many of the foreign boundary emperors felt a great fear in their hearts. In the void, Yi Fei did not care about the gazes of others. His emperor aura was vast and mighty. It was like a sluice, forcefully blocking the eye of the heavenly way. Countless lightning bolts whizzed past his body and entered the eye of the heavenly way behind him. During this process, Yi Fei did not move. He only activated the undying sword soul to absorb the heavenly way's energy contained in the lightning bolts. When the heavenly tribulation liquid that the undying sword soul had converted reached its limit, the surrounding heavenly way's energy had basically dissipated. Only then did Yi Fei stop absorbing the heavenly way's energy. The undying sword soul also burped, which was a rare sight, as if it had eaten its fill. Yi Fei finally understood why the ground of the Fighting Soul Canyon was always black and hard, with not even a blade of grass growing. In fact, the entire Fighting Soul Canyon was a place specially prepared for martial emperors to undergo their tribulations. If one underwent their tribulations here, not only would the power of the heavenly tribulation weaken, but the ground here would also be able to withstand it. The destructive power of the martial emperor tribulation was astonishing. After that, Yi Fei felt countless envious and shocked gazes from within Fighting Soul City. He couldn't help but smile. Of course, he knew why everyone was envious. After all, the cultivators who had entered the Fighting Soul space only had one goal, and that was to break through to the martial emperor realm. However, due to the strength of the Fighting Soul and the limitations of one's talent, many martial artists would not be able to capture a fighting soul even after staying in Fighting Spirit City for decades or even 100 years, let alone breaking through to the martial emperor realm. Even for Yi Fei, if not for Xiao Chao's holy whip, which happened to be the nemesis of all spiritual souls and fighting souls, he would not have been able to capture a fighting soul so easily, let alone defeat all the fighting souls in the Fighting Soul Canyon in such a short period of time. Thinking of this, Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. He took a step forward and was already in the sky above Fighting Soul City from the Fighting Soul Canyon. He was welcomed by the fervent, envious, worshipful, and respectful gazes of countless people. Yi Fei slowly said, "I still have over 20 fragments of the heavenly law. These fragments are no longer useful to me. If you need them, you could go to the Trial City and buy them from me." "What?" Over 20 fragments of the heavenly law? How is that possible? There are only slightly more than 30 fighting souls in the Fighting Soul Canyon. Doesn't that mean all the fighting souls in the Fighting Soul Canyon have been defeated by martial Emperor Yi? Boom! Yi Fei's words made the martial artists present feel as if they had been struck by lightning. They found it hard to believe. Yi Fei was not the first person to break through to the martial Emperor realm in the Fighting Soul space. However, Yi Fei was definitely the first person in history to be able to defeat all the fighting souls in the Fighting Soul space. No wonder he was able to break through to the martial Emperor realm so smoothly, even though he was abandoned by the heavens. He actually defeated all the fighting souls by himself. Long Crane was also shocked by Yi Fei's words. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. "Brother Yi, I wonder if I can buy your fragments of the heavenly law?" Long Crane flew up into the sky and looked at Yi Fei excitedly and nervously. "Of course you can. As long as you don't have any prejudice against me or the human tribe, I welcome any experts from any tribe to buy the fragments of the heavenly law that I have. Of course, I don't want any treasures. I only want the spiritual vein." Yi Fei nodded calmly. If others did not offend him, he would not offend them. This was Yi Fei's principle. Although he had become mortal enemies with the Tiger tribe, as long as the other tribes did not provoke him and did not have any prejudice against the human tribe, Yi Fei could not be bothered to deal with them. When Long Crane heard this, he was completely relieved. He was most afraid that Yi Fei was the kind of martial artist who viewed the human tribe as supreme and had a grudge against the other tribes. Yi Fei's reply made Long Crane feel less worried. He immediately said in a deep voice, "There is no problem with the spiritual vein. I can gather 500 fragments of the heavenly law now. I can buy one fragment of the heavenly law with this spiritual vein." Brother Crane is indeed straightforward. However, now is not the time to make a deal. I still have something important to do. It won't be too late for us to talk about the deal after I'm done. Yi Fei shook his head. Then, he looked in the direction of the Trial City through the Fighting Soul space. He had not forgotten how the 3 Tiger Tribe martial emperors had ambushed him. The Trial City Master must have secretly leaked the information and deliberately told the Tiger Tribe martial emperors about his location. Strictly speaking, his companions had not only died at the hands of the Tiger Tribe martial emperors, but also at the hands of the Trial City Master. Now is the time to find the Trial City Master and settle this debt of blood. A cold light flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. Suddenly, he took a step forward from the Fighting Soul City to the entrance of the Fighting Soul space. After he had broken through to the Martial Emperor realm, the distance he could travel with the Great Void Steps had also increased tremendously, even though the Tiger Tribe martial emperors had already destroyed the teleportation platform here. Yi Fei only glanced at it. Suddenly, the limitless sword in his hand exploded with an incomparably resplendent divine sword light that smashed through the void and shattered heaven and earth. The entire fighting spirit space was smashed into a huge crack, and outside of the crack was the sky above the Trial City. At this moment, the scorching sun was high in the sky. The entire Trial City was solemn. Countless martialists had received the City Master's orders and gathered in the square outside the City Master's mansion. There was a stone pillar in the middle of the square. A few guards of the City Master's mansion were tying up Zhou Qiang, who they had captured, to a stone pillar. The Trial City Master was standing at the top of the stone pillar. He pointed at Zhou Qiang below and said to the gathered martialists in a deep voice, "Do you see this? This is the result of slandering this City Master and being disrespectful to this City Master. This Zhou Qiang colluded with demons and looked down on this City Master's dignity. This City Master tolerated it again and again." Chapter 1777. Begin the torture. Within the City Lord's residence, several burly executioners walked over to the stone pillar with cold expressions. They placed down trays and countless cold torture knives. When the cultivators in the plaza saw those torture knives, they felt a chill in their hearts. They were not afraid of death, but they were afraid of being sliced alive. That kind of feeling was worse than death. Zhou Qiang, do you admit now that you and that demon Yi are together, deliberately slandering this city lord and ruining this city lord's reputation? The trial city lord stood proudly at the top of the stone pillar, looking down from above like an emperor overlooking the lowliest beggar on the ground. The aura of a martial emperor and the might of the city lord frightened many cultivators so much that they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Zhou Chang's face was filled with despair, but he did not beg for mercy. Although he was afraid of death, he was not stupid. He understood that he had already offended the city lord too much. Even if he begged for mercy, the city lord would not let him off. Since this was the case, Zhou Qiang might as well be unyielding this time. He loudly cursed, "Trial City Lord, you damn old killing genius. If you want to kill me, then kill me." Grandpa Zhou Jingyi is not called Grandpa Zhou Jingyi for nothing. Young Master Yi will definitely take revenge for me. Although Zhou Qiang said this, when he saw the torture knives placed in front of him, about to slice his body apart, and the countless trays placed on the ground, about to display his flesh and blood, Zhou Chang's heart trembled. Zhou Chang's legs trembled, and he peed his pants on the spot, even though he was still speaking tough words. However, none of the cultivators present laughed at him. Instead, they all felt deep respect for him. Look, this is what it means to have guts. He is so frightened that he wet his pants, but he can still uphold justice. Zhou Jingyi lives up to his reputation. Shu, lower your voice. Can't you see that the city lord's face is ashen, seeing that Zhou Qiang was about to die and still not willing to beg for mercy? The trial city lord's complexion turned ashen. Very good, you have guts. Men, cut off his tongue for this city lord. Boom! The sky trembled and the void shattered. An incomparably horrifying divine sword light actually shattered the void at this moment. It went from the fighting spirit space to the trial city space. Then, an incomparably terrifying emperor's aura enveloped the entire trial city, including the plaza where the city lord's mansion was located. Yi Fei raised his sword and walked out of the void with a cold expression. When he saw Zhou Qiang tied to the stone pillar and about to be skinned alive, Yi Fei's heart was filled with intense fury. It was as if a flame was burning in his heart. Trial City Lord, how dare you? In the fighting spirit space, you let the Tiger Tribe's martial emperor ambush me. But in the city, you even dare to skin my subordinates alive. Yi Fei took a step forward and appeared in the sky above the square. His terrifying emperor might was like a mountain or a sea, filled with anger. Hearing his words, all the cultivators in the city were shocked. What? The trial city lord actually colluded with the tiger race to assassinate Yi Fei? No wonder the city lord wanted to search the entire city and skin Zhou Qiang alive. The city lord clearly wanted to silence him by killing him. The trial city lord was originally aloof and incomparably dignified. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that Yi Fei would be able to survive the pursuit of 3 tiger tribes' martial emperors. At this moment, he had even broken through to the martial emperor realm and charged out of the fighting spirit space. Boundless fear and anger immediately caused the trial city lord to go berserk. Evil creature, don't speak nonsense. You have repeatedly slandered this city lord's innocence. Today, this city lord will personally take action and exterminate you evil demon. Demon Yi, die for this city lord. The entire city lord's mansion shook. Suddenly, a simple bronze spear appeared on the trial city lord's body. Under the martial emperor's control, the spear quickly shone brightly, forming a terrifying blood spear light. It pierced through the sun, moon, and stars and stabbed towards Yi Fei. Obviously, in order to deal with Yi Fei, the trial city lord had thought of many methods. Among them, this divine spear was a weapon that he had obtained from the tiger race. Under the amplification of the divine weapon, the trial city lord's combat strength instantly doubled. The whistling spear even pierced through the entire sky of the trial city, creating a terrifying void. At this moment, Yi Fei was standing in the shattered void. He did not retaliate, nor did he even look at the incoming attack. The trial city lord's blood spear pierced towards him. He only raised his hand and fiercely slapped downwards. His boundless true origin had already formed an azure dragon claw that covered the heavens and the earth. Not only did it shatter the blood spear light of the Trial City Lord, it also shattered the chains that sealed Zhou Qiang on the stone pillar in an instant. "My lord, you have finally come to save me." Zhou Qiang was so moved that tears streamed down his face. "Damn it, you are just a junior who has just broken through to Martial Emperor. How dare you look down on me?" The Trial City Lord was furious. Previously, he had been beaten up by Yi Fei to the point that he could not come out. This was the greatest humiliation for him as a city lord. This time, he had obtained the support of the tiger race's divine weapon. No matter what, the Trial City Lord had to kill Yi Fei. Kill, bloody battle in all directions. The Trial City Lord roared at the sky. Suddenly, he burned his own martial emperor blood essence. His speed became even faster and his strength became even stronger. The ancient bronze spear also exploded with a terrifying blood-red light that could pierce through the heavens and the earth. It was enough to completely pierce through a star and turn it into powder. It was the end. Yi Fei's expression changed for the first time. He nodded inwardly and said, "Although this Trial City Lord's methods are despicable, his combat experience is indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, you should not have offended me. You should not have forgotten that you are a human. Since you like to be an accomplice to a villain, you can go to hell. Be a real ghoul. Kill, heavenly cauldron, suppressing deities." Boom. The vast martial emperor's might shook the galaxy. When he saw the Trial City Lord's blood-red spear coming at him, Yi Fei directly executed the heavenly cauldron, suppressing gods. The true energy in his body condensed into a mysterious, three-legged, four-eared cauldron that could shatter the heavens and the earth and destroy all things. The heavenly cauldron suppressing gods was not only used for defense. The battle cauldron was also the strongest killing weapon. A quasi-emperor could only display a superficial amount of the immemorial heavenly technique. A martial emperor could already display 30 to 50% of its might. Only a martial god could display the complete might of the immemorial heavenly technique. Even so, when Yi Fei used the heavenly cauldron suppressing gods again as a martial emperor, the divine might that the battle cauldron emitted still caused the square outside the city lord's mansion to sink down by several dozen meters, turning it into a deep pit. In the deep pit, the Trial City Lord's mouth was filled with blood. He was using it with great difficulty. His spear was propped up on the ground. His face was filled with shock and fear. How is this possible? He just broke through to Martial Emperor. He can actually display 50% of the immemorial heavenly technique's might. I hate this. I want to kill him. I must kill him. Kill. In the end, the Trial City Lord was a battle-hardened city lord. Even though he knew that he was no match for Yi Fei, the Trial City Lord did not beg for mercy. Instead, he mustered up his courage and charged at Yi Fei again. Yi Fei nodded at the Trial City Lord with a grave expression and said, "Don't worry. I will use my strongest strength to grant you death." Chapter 1778. Facing the two martial emperors' auras, Yi Fei and the Trial City Lord, this golden-robed man did not fear them at all. He instantly appeared in the middle of the battle. He raised his hand and threw a palm strike. A horrifying emperor's might crushed space, forming a special cube-shaped prison that trapped Yi Fei and the Trial City Lord in place. The Heavenly Divine Hall's great heavenly net palm. You are the Heavenly Divine Hall's Lord Envoy. The Trial City Lord immediately recognized the immemorial heavenly technique that this person executed. It was the famous martial technique of the Heavenly Divine Hall. His originally despairing heart immediately had a strong desire to live. Before Yi Fei could say anything, the Trial City Lord vomited large mouthfuls of blood, pretending to be severely injured. Covered in blood, he roared, "Lord Envoy, you have to uphold justice for this city lord. This city lord oversees the Trial City. Although I don't dare to say that I am cautious and conscientious, I still fulfill my duties and am selfless. How hateful. Yi Fei, this little demon, can't differentiate right from wrong. He repeatedly slandered me and even went crazy. He killed Marquis by causing my human race to lose a great general against the sorcerer race. Now he wants to kill me. If I don't get rid of this evil demon, he will bring disaster to my human race. The Trial City Lord's face was filled with grief. The more he spoke, the sadder he became. The more he scolded, the angrier he got. He was a city lord. Previously, he had been beaten up by Yi Fei to the point that he could only hide in the city lord's residence. That was a great humiliation. If the Heavenly Divine Hall's Lord Envoy had not arrived in time, he might have been killed by Yi Fei. The Trial City Lord's body was suddenly filled with immense rage and grievance. The Heavenly Divine Hall? You are an expert from the human race's impregnable pass? Yi Fei's figure moved, and he suddenly walked out of the cube-shaped prison. He stared coldly at the golden-robed man across from him. This was a middle-aged man with a strong aura. Not only was he a martial emperor, but he also gave off an incredibly dangerous aura. Clearly, this was an extremely strong opponent. The backer behind him was even stronger. The human race's impregnable pass was not a monolithic entity. Instead, it was split into many different factions based on the different races and continents. Among them, the Heavenly God Palace was a huge force formed by the martial gods of foreign tribes and a small number of human martial gods. There were countless martial emperor experts in there. According to the information that Zhou Qiang obtained, the Trial City Lord was a martial emperor from the Heavenly Divine Palace. This was also the reason why the Trial City Lord was especially biased toward outsiders, even allowing Marquis to cheat during the trial. Since you know that I'm from a human clan's impregnable pass and the Divine God Palace, why aren't you apologizing to the City Lord? What are you waiting for? Do you want me to personally take you to the human clan's impregnable pass and punish you? The golden-robed martial emperor was extremely angry. He had come here because he had heard the news of Lord Bai's death. He had come here to investigate. Of course, it was just an investigation. However, the moment he found out that Lord Bai had been killed by Yi Fei, the golden-robed martial emperor had already judged Yi Fei guilty in his heart. After all, Lord Bai was a half-step demonic genius on the silver ranking. The experts of a human clan's impregnable pass placed great importance on the geniuses on the wind cloud ranking. They were the targets of many palaces, not to mention Lord Bai's talent. Just the fact that Lord Bai belonged to the Heavenly God Palace and was killed by Yi Fei was something that the golden-robed martial emperor absolutely could not tolerate. Furthermore, when he had rushed over, Yi Fei had actually committed treason and tried to kill the Trial City Lord. The golden-robed martial emperor could not help but feel even more furious. He had already made up his mind. Regardless of whether Yi Fei confessed or not, he would escort Yi Fei to the human clan's impregnable pass and punish him with the cruelest punishments. Hearing the golden-robed martial emperor's words, the Trial City Lord was wild with joy. He immediately reacted. The golden-robed martial emperor was definitely on his side. The so-called investigation was just an excuse to punish Yi Fei. He immediately recovered the dignity of a city lord from his initial embarrassment. He still did not give Yi Fei any chance to explain himself. The Trial City Lord suddenly spoke with grief and indignation. He faced the golden-robed martial emperor and knelt down in the air. Lord Envoy, please uphold justice for me. Hey, get up quickly. You are a city lord after all. Don't worry. If you have any grievances, feel free to tell me. I will uphold justice for you. The golden-robed martial emperor also pretended to wave his hand across the air. The Trial City Lord was blown back to his feet. Lord, I have two grievances. First, this demon lord, Yi, has committed atrocities in the Trial City. He has distorted the truth and repeatedly slandered me. He even relied on his powerful combat strength to try to kill me twice in a row. This is a great evil. Also, Lord Bai is an expert on the Wind Cloud list who has been nominated by the Silver Roll. In the future, he will definitely be an impregnable fortress for the human tribe to resist the rising star of the sorcerer tribe. In the end, this demon lord Yi killed Lord Bai because of some small grudge, causing the human tribe to lose a powerful genius on the battlefield. This is a disgrace to the human tribe. Lord Envoy, please uphold justice and subdue this evil and arrogant person. The Trial City Lord's words were not only to frame Yi Fei, but also to shut everyone's mouths. Otherwise, if he had publicly framed a human tribe genius, a peerless genius at that, the human tribe's experts at the human tribe's defense would definitely not let him off. After all, the Divine Temple was not the only force at the human tribe's defense against the Sorcerer tribe. The golden-robed martial emperor also nodded in satisfaction. He did not give Yi Fei a chance to speak the truth. He had already used an even colder expression to stare at Yi Fei indifferently. He shouted angrily, "What a demon! You are indeed extremely evil and infuriate both humans and gods. Why are you still in a daze? Kneel down now and apologize to the Trial City Lord. Apologize to the Trial City Lord. Then follow me to the human race's impregnable pass to accept your punishment." Yi Fei did not speak. He only stared coldly at the golden-robed martial emperor and the Trial City Lord who had slandered him. He was watching and waiting. He wanted to see how they would slander him and when they would reveal their true colors. Reality was always full of irony. Yi Fei had originally thought that the experts at the human tribe's defense were all indomitable and iron-blooded men. However, he was wrong. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. Where there were people, there would be grievances. He saw it, and his heart ached. This is the human tribe's battlefield. Countless ancestors used their lives and hot blood to build this killing field. Did they do it for the sake of scheming against each other? Did they do it for the sake of fighting for power? No, they did it not for themselves. They did it to protect the human tribe, to protect our loved ones. Chapter 1779. Those who were able to enter the Trial City were all peak experts of their respective continents. They were not fools. Of course, they could tell who was right and who was wrong. However, knowing it in his heart was one thing, and not daring to say it out loud was another thing. However, no one had expected Yi Fei to be so direct and so bold. He would point at the noses of the two martial emperors and tell them such a bloody truth. Countless warriors in the entire Trial City couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Hearing this clamor, the expressions of the golden-robed martial emperor and the Trial City Lord changed drastically. Then, they became flustered and furious. If this matter were spread, it would be very disadvantageous to the Trial City Lord and the Heavenly God Palace. Without waiting for Yi Fei to finish speaking, the golden-robed martial emperor from the Heavenly God Palace had already let out an extremely furious roar. Nonsense! This is simply preposterous. It's not enough for you to slander the Trial City Lord. You actually dare to slander this seat and slander the Heavenly God Palace that has risked our lives for the human race. You, shut up. What is the shame of the human race? It is referring to you two shameless old dogs who sell your race for glory. What right do you have to condemn me? What right do you have to criticize me? You are just a dog of the Heavenly God Palace. You better not provoke me. A man should not be bullied. I will kill in anger. Boom. The soaring sword intent contained Yi Fei's anger, Yi Fei's madness, and Yi Fei's battle intent and killing intent. It tore through the heavens and earth as the sword suppressed the void. Without giving the golden-robed martial emperor a chance to intervene, Yi Fei had already brandished the everlasting sword and released his strongest sword move, the ultimate sword move. This sword move contained all of the essence of Yi Fei's sword Dao. Tai Chi birth, Yin and Yang appear. For elements form, 6 directions perform. This was the ultimate sword move. The whistling sword light shook the heavens and the earth. It also shook the hearts of the two martial emperors. The golden-robed martial emperor had never seen such a powerful sword move. Such a crazy person. When facing the powerful Heavenly God Palace, even a martial god would have to take a few steps back. However, Yifei actually ignored the heavenly god palace's prestige and brazenly drew his sword to kill in anger. How arrogant was this? No, this could no longer be described as arrogant. This was simply deranged. It made one's hair stand on end. Junior, I see that you are courting death. Lord of the Trial City Lord, let's kill. Noisy, the sword momentum soared into the sky, powerful and domineering. Sword, indestructible. Sword, invincible and indestructible. Sword, rather break than bend. Sword, anger kills. Yifei brandished the limitless sword. The dazzling sword light was like the stars, the moon, the sun, and the galaxy. In the end, all the light between heaven and earth disappeared. There was only an incomparably dazzling Tai Chi sword array, whistling and blazing with fighting spirit. One sword to shatter the heavens, one sword to kill gods and demons. Even though the golden-robed martial emperor came from a terrifying force like the heavenly god palace, even though he had fought against the sorcerer tribe for hundreds of years in the human battlefield, he was still shocked and fearful when he faced Yifei's terrifying sword move. Then, boundless anger turned into a heavenly hand that controlled the heavens and the earth. It controlled the universe and sealed the heavens and the earth. It also tried to trap Yifei in this inescapable net. This was the martial technique of the heavenly god palace. It was powerful, overbearing, and filled with killing intent. Countless martial artists saw a cubic prison with Yifei's body as the center. It kept compressing. It seemed to be condensing from space into a point of origin. When space was compressed to the point of origin, Yifei would be crushed into pieces and become a speck of dust in the universe. However, the Trial City Lord still felt that it was not enough. No one knew better than him how powerful Yifei was. He was an invincible genius who ranked first on the Golden Roll. He was a heaven-defying genius who had suppressed countless martial gods and earthly venerables. If such a genius was allowed to grow, the entire human battlefield would be turned upside down. But he won't have the chance to grow. He has offended the heavenly god palace, the tiger tribe, and even me. I must take his life. I must take his life. I will not allow him to grow. Kill. Bloody storm. The Trial City Lord burned his martial emperor blood essence. He did not even care that it would reduce his lifespan. He just crazily raised the ancient bronze spear in his hand. The sharp tip of the spear released a resplendent and terrifying bloody storm. While the golden-robed martial emperor was using the heavenly net palm to trap Yifei, the crimson spear was already piercing toward Yifei's throat with a supreme force capable of piercing through space and shattering everything in its path. Bang! Yifei's expression was cold. He did not even blink. The instant the blood-colored spear pierced him, his right hand quickly moved. He raised his hand and firmly grabbed the bronze spear. The sharp tip of the spear immediately exploded with a terrifying blood-colored light. Yifei's tightly clenched hand burst out with dark red blood. Blood gushed out like a fountain. However, Yifei did not seem to feel anything. He only held the spear tightly in his hand. Then, he roared like a dragon. Suddenly, a terrifying dragon's roar came from the heavens and earth. Immemorial heavenly technique, dragons suppressing the 9 heavens. This was the martial technique of the Vicious Beast's sacred palace. The Vicious Beast Tao was different from the other sacred palaces. The Vicious Beast's sacred palace placed the most emphasis on qi and blood. The stronger the physical body, the stronger the qi and blood, the more terrifying dragon suppressing the 9 heavens would be. When Yifei ignited his martial emperor blood essence, and executed dragon suppressing the 9 heavens. All the qi and blood in his body formed an incomparably terrifying qi and blood divine dragon. It suppressed the 9 heavens, and its dragon might was invincible. The Trial City Lord only felt a terrifying power come from the bronze spear, and the spear in his hand flew out of his hand, having been forcefully taken away by Yifei. Then, the huge qi and blood divine dragon condensed into a divine dragon palm. It shattered the heavens and earth, shattered the starry river, and also shattered the Trial City Lord's body and primordial spirit. Bang! Dragon suppressing the 9 heavens descended. Not only did it smash the Trial City Lord into a pile of meat paste, but it also smashed the entire City Lord mansion into ruins. I've said it before. If you provoke me again, not only will I kill you, but I will also destroy your City Lord mansion, because you are not worthy of being the City Lord. Yi Fei held the sword in one hand and the bronze spear in the other. His body was like lightning as he stepped over the Trial City Lord's mud-like body. He then charged towards the golden-robed martial emperor of the Divine Palace. At this moment, the golden-robed martial emperor no longer had the imposing manner he had before. When he saw Yi Fei kill the Trial City Lord in one move, he was so scared that his guts were about to shatter. Killing the Trial City Lord in one move. Even I can't do that. Even a half-step demon wouldn't have such terrifying battle strength. I know you're actually... The golden-robed martial emperor suddenly thought of something as he looked at Yi Fei with a face full of shock. That's right. I am the peerless demon, Demon Saint Yi Fei. Don't remember wrong on the road to the underworld. Kill. Azura. Chapter 1780. Long Crane suddenly smiled bitterly and walked towards Yi Fei. Brother Yi, you shouldn't have been so impulsive. Even if you had captured them and handed them over to the martial god of the human race's impregnable pass, it would have been better than killing them. You might not know how powerful the Heavenly God Temple is. So, just because the Heavenly God Temple is strong, I have to swallow my anger? You have seen their arrogance. I believe everyone here can clearly see who is right and who is wrong. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If anyone offends me, I will kill them. Brother Long Crane, do you really think that I didn't offend them? Did you think that I would let them talk so much nonsense for nothing? Yi Fei smiled at Long Crane. His smile was simple and honest, but in Long Crane's eyes, there was a kind of bone-chilling fear. It was only now that Long Crane realized that Yi Fei had remained silent and deliberately let the Trial City Lord and the golden-robed martial emperor talk so much. In fact, he was leaving evidence behind. This way, if the human race's experts investigated, it would be easy to find out who was right and who was wrong. Unless the Heavenly God Temple had the ability to shut the mouths of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Trial City. Long Crane, who had just woken up, suddenly felt a kind of fear. Brother Yi, this person looks simple and honest, easy to bully, but in fact he is a ruthless person who eats people without spitting out the bones. Fortunately, I didn't make an enemy of him. He didn't care about the others' gazes. Putting away the limitless sword, Yi Fei thought for a moment and suddenly threw the bronze spear to Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang, as my subordinate, your strength is too low. This bronze spear is for you to protect yourself. This law fragment is for you to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. What? Martial Emperor? I, Zhou Qiang, will be able to obtain a divine weapon in my life and break through to the Martial Emperor realm? Ha ha ha! Zhou Qiang received the bronze spear and the law fragment. He was so excited that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. But none of the martial artists present laughed at him. Countless eyes stared at the divine tool and law fragment that Zhou Qiang was hugging. Following that, a warrior came to a sudden realization. Heavens, a nomological fragment is given away just like that. Young Master Yi, may I ask if you have any more nomological fragments? No matter the price, even if I have to go bankrupt, I'm willing to exchange for one. Scram, the law fragment is mine. As long as I have the law fragment, I'll definitely be able to break through to the Martial Emperor realm in 10 years or even 20 years. After discovering that Yi Fei might have a large number of law fragments on him, the hundreds of thousands of quasi-emperors in the entire Trial City all went crazy. This was also the effect that Yi Fei wanted. After all, killing the Trial City Lord was too bad. The human race's experts and the Sky God Temple's experts would definitely come to investigate and capture him. At this time, he needed a large amount of spirit veins to reach the true 11th level of the Battle Devil Path. Only then would he have the power to protect himself. Therefore, he had generously given Zhou Qiang a divine tool and a law fragment. Now, it seemed that the effects were pretty good. Long Crane's expression changed. He was afraid that others would snatch away the law fragment on Yi Fei, so he immediately took out a spirit-gathering pagoda and said, "Brother Yi, these are all the spirit veins I have. There are a total of 500 of them. I'll give them all to you. I only ask that you sell me one law fragment." "No problem. As long as you have enough spirit veins and have no prejudice against the human race, I welcome anyone to buy the law fragments on me. Brother Crane, you can choose one of these law fragments." Yi Fei stretched out his hand, and countless colorful law fragments appeared around him. There were a total of 20 of them. Heavens, could the Lord be a bandit? Could he have robbed the entire fighting spirit space of all the fighting spirits? Zhou Qiang slowly regained consciousness. However, when he saw the large number of law fragments, he was so excited that his legs trembled and he fainted again. As for the other martial artists, when they saw that Long Crane had successfully bought a law fragment, their eyes were even redder than a rabbit's. Immediately, a powerful heaven stage, Quasi-Emperor, jumped out and said excitedly, "Give me one too. This is my 500 spirit veins." Many cultivators' expressions changed. Although 500 spirit veins were precious, those who were able to come to the battlefield of the human race were the top cultivators of their respective continents. With their abilities, it was not strange for them to have a few hundred spirit veins. Many of them even had spirit-gathering pagoda with them. Immediately, an old boundary emperor with white hair suddenly gritted his teeth and took out a unique spirit-gathering pagoda. He said loudly, "Young Master Yi, the old and decrepit, only has 400 spirit veins. However, the old and decrepit has a 10,000 spirits pagoda, which only martial gods can possess. Can I exchange it for a law fragment?" "Young Master Yi, this servant does not have that many spirit veins. However, this servant is naturally beautiful. I am willing to be a maid for young Master Yi and warm your bed." "Senior Yi, don't listen to this little hussy. This old woman has 2 daughters who are extraordinarily beautiful. I am willing to give them to young master as concubines." "Old woman Zhang, you are so shameless. How can a martial emperor break through just by selling your 2 daughters? Lord Martial Emperor, please give me 10 days. This servant will definitely gather 500 spirit veins and buy the law fragment." "Huh, a pauper," then scram to the side. "It's just 500 spirit veins. This young master has nothing much on him, but he has a lot of spirit veins. What's so special about spirit veins? The entire continent belongs to my family. Young Master Yi, are you willing to sell 200 mortal veins?" If he hadn't sold them, he wouldn't have known. However, once he did, he was given a fright. Only now did Yi Fei realize that unlike the Tianwu continent, which lacks spirit veins, the other continents were extremely rich. Originally, Yi Fei had been worried that he wouldn't be able to gather 10,000 spirit veins. However, when he revealed the law fragment, he was shocked to discover that in the human battlefield, 10,000 spirit veins really didn't count for much. He had only sold 20 law fragments to gather 10,000 spirit veins, as well as a precious 10,000 spirit tower. As the name implied, this 10,000 spirit tower could store a maximum of 10,000 spirit veins. It just so happened that it saved Yi Fei the trouble of storing spirit veins. However, Yi Fei did not sell all the law fragments. Instead, he planned to bring them back to the Tianwu continent in the future so that even more of his old friends would have a chance to break through to Martial Emperor. "Master, are we really going to stay in the Trial City? What if the Heavenly Divine Hall sends demigods to take revenge on us?" After Zhou Qiang recovered from his excitement, he became anxious and fearful. Yi Fei had caused too much trouble this time. First, he killed the Trial City Lord. Then, he killed the Heavenly Divine Hall's envoy. When news of this reached the human battlefield, even if it did not alarm the martial gods, it would alarm those powerful demigods. Chapter 1781. The fact that the Trial City Lord and the Sky God Hall's envoy had been killed definitely couldn't be hidden from the experts of the human race's impregnable pass. When the Sky God Hall heard this news, they were the first to fly into a rage. They immediately wanted to send out even stronger demigod experts to capture Yi Fei and bring him to justice. It would be best if they killed him midway so that the human race would have one less demonic genius. Furthermore, Yi Fei had once killed the Tiger God's clone projection. This gave the Sky God Hall an excuse to kill Yi Fei directly. Unfortunately, the Sky God Hall wasn't the only faction in the human race's impregnable pass. Aside from the Sky God Hall, there was also the Human Shrine. As the name implied, this was a large faction established by the human race's martial gods. When they heard that Yi Fei had killed 2 martial emperors in one go, the Human Shrine was immediately alarmed. To be able to kill 2 veteran martial emperors as a newly advanced martial emperor, even if this person isn't an exceptional demonic genius, he is definitely a demonic genius. Strange, why isn't Yi Fei's name on the wind cloud list? A deputy hall master of the Human Shrine asked his subordinate curiously. Soon, a subordinate hurriedly reported, replying to the deputy hall master, according to the information from the Trial City, Yi Fei seems to be the demon saint. What? That brat is called Yi Fei? He dares to call himself the demon saint? Interesting. Let me handle this matter. As the deputy hall master spoke, a middle-aged man in black robes walked into the Human Shrine. This man was very powerful. Every movement of his was filled with terrifying divine fluctuations. This made the deputy hall master's expression change involuntarily. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "This Yi Fei is called the Demon Saint, and you are the Demon Emperor. If the two of you met, you would be at loggerheads and fight with each other. However, it's fine if you go. All right, the exceptional demonic genius of our human race definitely can't be killed by the Sky God Hall. How about this? You and the enforcers of the Sky God Hall will make a trip to the Trial City." Even though Yi Fei had caused a great deal of trouble, the Human God Hall still decided to secretly help Yi Fei out of consideration for his status as a peerless genius. They even sent out a demon emperor to forcefully join Heavenly God Temple's law enforcement team and head to the City of Trials together. Although Heavenly God Temple was dissatisfied with this, they couldn't show it. They could only make up their mind to first capture Yi Fei and bring him to the impregnable pass of the human race. Then, they would think of a way to secretly kill him. However, when these demigods arrived at the City of Trials, they quickly discovered an extremely shocking fact. Countless stars had suddenly appeared in the City of Trials. That was not a real star. It was a cultivator who had lit up his own domain and was trying to break through to Martial Emperor. However, these martial artists weren't as rich as Yi Fei. They weren't so extravagant as to refine 10 law fragments in one go and light up all their domains in one go. However, even if one domain was lit up, it would accumulate over time. There was also the comprehension of divinity. It would take at least 3 to 5 years, and at most 10 years. These lit-up domains would also undergo transformations, eventually leading to the Martial Emperor Tribulation. This would give the cultivator an opportunity to break through to Martial Emperor. As for a half-step peerless genius like Long Crane, he wouldn't even need 3 to 5 years. At most, he would need 1 year to trigger the Martial Emperor Tribulation and break through to Martial Emperor. This also shocked the demigods from Heavenly God Temple who had rushed over to enforce the law. When they found out that the cultivators who had lit up their domains had bought the law fragments from Yi Fei, the 2 demigods from Heavenly God Temple weren't angry. Instead, they were secretly delighted. That's great. Originally, with the Demon Emperor around, it wouldn't be convenient for us to kill this brat. Who knew that this brat would actually seek his own death? After asking Yi Fei about the origin of the law fragments in detail, the 3 demigods from Heavenly God Temple all wore cold expressions and shouted in deep voices, "Yi Fei is really a heinous demon. If we don't kill him, how will the dignity of our impregnable pass be preserved? I think you only care about the dignity of Heavenly God Temple, right? The demon emperor said indifferently. However, his tone was filled with unquestionable demonic might. When the three demigods from heavenly god temple heard the demon emperor's words, their expressions changed. They glared at the demon emperor angrily and shouted, "Demon emperor, what do you mean? Are you trying to shield this demon?" Shield? Not at all. Although Yi Fei was in the wrong for killing the trial city master, he can help the human tribe in the war and increase the number of young martial emperors by 20. This can be considered as offsetting. Now that he is in seclusion, there is no need for us to disturb him. When he arrives at Wind Cloud City, you can consider whether to punish him or not. The demon emperor smiled faintly. As he spoke, the demon emperor's ferocious gaze locked onto the three demigods from Heavenly God Temple. If they dared to say no, he would be ruthless enough to kill them. The three demigods from Heavenly God Temple were furious, but they didn't dare to say anything. Although they were all demigods, they were just ordinary demigods who had formed the divine world. However, the demon emperor was a half-step martial god who had comprehended the laws. If they dared to say no, the demon emperor would directly kill them. However, no one would be able to reason with them. As a result, the three demigods from Heavenly God Temple left as quickly as they had come. They didn't even have the time to vent their anger on Yi Fei before the demon emperor threatened them. They could only return to Heavenly God Temple with their tails between their legs. This scene immediately shocked many martialists in the trial city. Even Yi Fei was baffled when he received Zhou Chang's report. Ever since Yi Fei had killed the trial city master and the golden-robed martial emperor, he had been prepared for the Heavenly God Temple to seek revenge at any time. He had been prepared to roam the world. In any case, the worst that could happen was that he would escape back to the Tianwu continent. The Heavenly God Temple's strong start and weak finish gave Yi Fei hope of remaining in the human tribe's battlefield. It looks like the Heavenly God Temple doesn't have absolute control over the human tribe's impregnable pass. No matter why the Heavenly God Temple retreated, I have to go to the human tribe's impregnable pass. Only by going to the human tribe's impregnable pass will I be able to find Zhao Yu and Lu Qing and find an opportunity to break through to the martial god realm. However, before that, the most important thing for Yi Fei was to break through to the 11th level of the Battle God Path. Now that he had 10,000 spirit veins, Yi Fei instantly became rich and overbearing. He no longer felt pained about the depletion of the spirit veins. Although the demigods from Heavenly God Temple had retreated, Yi Fei still felt a sense of danger. In the following period of time, he began to cultivate in seclusion. Not only did he enter the 10,000 Spirits Pagoda to cultivate, but he also brought Xiao Chao and the dragon turtle with him. He even told the dragon turtle clearly that the demigods might come to kill him in the future. When the dragon turtle, who was still a martial emperor, heard that Yi Fei's opponents were becoming more and more abnormal, his face instantly turned ashen. Other than feeling depressed that Yi Fei was too good at causing trouble and making people hate him, the dragon turtle also exerted all his strength and endured the pain to get rid of the fat on his body. After all, he was too fat. Even if he was in danger, he wouldn't run too fast. Xiao Chao was still the same as before. He hugged the spirit stones and ate happily. When he was full, he crawled into the immortal crystal bed and covered himself with the spirit medicine blanket and fell asleep. This attracted the envious gazes of Yi Fei and the dragon turtle. Chapter 1782. When the battle devil body condensed, Yi Fei's physical body suddenly erupted with the light of a divine artifact. That kind of feeling was as if Yi Fei's entire body had been refined into an indestructible divine sword. Even Xiao Chao was startled awake from her sleep. The dragon turtle was still unwilling to give up. He picked up the black wok and smashed it at Yi Fei again. In the end, Yi Fei didn't do anything. He merely relied on the defense of his body to break the dragon turtle's black wok into two. The dragon turtle was so heartbroken that tears fell from his eyes. He made up his mind once again. In the future, even if Yi Fei promised him immortal crystals, he wouldn't help Yi Fei test his martial arts, let alone spirit veins. The martial arts that Yi Fei cultivated were becoming more and more perverse. The dragon turtle didn't know that the war demon body was known for its invincible physical body in ancient times. Similarly, the Azura body was known for its invincible attack. One was a shield, while the other was a spear. They refused to accept each other and attacked each other. This was a reason why the war demon body and the Azura body declined at the same time. What was even more amazing was that when these two contradictory bodies were combined, they could form the strongest martial god path. They could cultivate the power of despair, which was both offensive and defensive. Moreover, the war demon body wasn't the end of the power of despair. After all, Yi Fei still had the war god path. He could condense the Azura divine body. Not only would his physical body be invincible, but his soul would also be invincible. It was said that when the Azura divine body was cultivated to its limit, even a gold-rank Grand Magus would find it difficult to injure the Azura divine soul. Of course, this still wasn't the limit of the power of despair. The greatest limit of the power of despair was that it could fuse the war demon body and the Azura divine body to form the strongest sovereign divine body. Strictly speaking, the path of despair is actually the path of cultivating the sovereign divine body. The sovereign divine body is one of the 10 strongest divine bodies in the world. Any kind of divine body can allow a martial artist to cultivate to the realm of heaven and earth supremacy. Yi Fei was holding a notebook. This notebook had been left behind by an expert of the martial heaven continent who had also cultivated the path of despair. Not only did it record the process of cultivating the path of despair, but it also mentioned the sovereign divine body, the strongest divine body. However, it was too difficult to cultivate the sovereign divine body. The other divine bodies were innate. Only the sovereign divine body was cultivated. This was destined to be a difficult and despairing path. Just the heavenly tribulation that would erupt every time one fused with the power of despair was enough to make 99% of the warrior's despair. In the end, he fell on this road. Even Yi Fei wasn't confident that he could complete this path and cultivate the sovereign divine body. Therefore, after successfully breaking through the 11th level of the battle demon path, he didn't continue cultivating. He tried to break through the 11th level of the battle god path and cultivate the Azura divine body. Otherwise, just the heavenly tribulation of fusing with the power of despair for the 8th time would be enough to destroy him. I'm not in a hurry now. The most important thing now is to find Zhao Yu and Lu Qing and break through to the martial god realm. As for the sovereign divine body, since there's still a long time, I can put it aside for now. Also, I've already passed the trial of the Battle of Trials and broken through to the martial emperor realm. It's time for the human tribe's impregnable pass. Since there was no news of Zhao Yu and Lu Qing in the trial city, the only places Yi Fei could inquire about them were Wind Cloud City and the human tribe's impregnable pass. Therefore, not long after he cultivated the battle demon body, he walked out of the cultivation room and left the trial city alone. He headed for the human tribe's impregnable pass largest ancient city, Wind Cloud City. This time, he didn't plan to bring Zhou Qiang along. While he was in seclusion, Zhou Qiang had finally lit up his domain and turned it into a star. He had started to break through to the martial emperor realm. However, with Zhou Qiang's talent, he wouldn't be able to trigger the heavenly tribulation and break through to the martial emperor realm without 8 to 10 years. Yi Fei didn't have the patience to wait that long. He could only let Zhou Qiang continue to stay in the trial city and bury a chess piece. It was even possible that Yi Fei planned to support Zhou Qiang to the position of the trial city lord. This way, when the martial artists of the Hotian martial continent came over, they would be able to take care of each other. It was a very long journey from the trial city to Wine Cloud City. The journey was also very dangerous. Ordinary quasi-emperors could only form large groups of a few dozen or a few hundred people to pass through. Even martial emperors had to be careful when they entered this starry sky. This was because in the starry sky of Wind Cloud City, which was in front of the trial city, there were many powerful ancient desolate beasts. There is also a possibility that sorcerers would use sorcery to sneak in and spy for information. They might even kill the human tribe experts who were heading to Wind Cloud City. I remember Zhou Qiang once said that there was a battlefield between sorcerers and demons around Wind Cloud City. It was said that it was left behind from the great battle between the sorcerer tribe and the demon tribe in the primordial age. Although tens of thousands of years have passed, there are still many unimaginable treasures and relics hidden in there. Martial emperors and even demigods train in there. There's also Dongfang Yu. It's said that he's also in Wind Cloud City. I wonder if that kid has broken through to the quasi-emperor realm after so many years. As he thought, he hurried on his way. Suddenly, Yi Fei realized that the situation in front of him was not right. He hurriedly converged his aura and entered the void. He quietly approached a star not far away. However, when he got close, he realized that it was not a star. It was clearly the corpse of a humongous, ancient, desolate beast. There were desolate beasts on the ancient starry sky path. However, the desolate beasts there had evolved from the ancient age to the primordial age. The desolate beasts' brutal bloodlines had become very thin. Although there were still a large number of desolate beasts that would attack the human tribe, there were also desolate beasts like the brutal dragon tribe that were lazy and were willing to maintain contact with the human tribe. However, the desolate beasts on the human tribe battlefield were different. These were the most ancient desolate beasts. Not only were they huge in size, but they also had low intelligence. They had brutal personalities, especially the quintessential essence and primordial spirits of warriors. These were the favorite food of these ancient desolate beasts. Hence, the sorcerer tribe would often use sorcery to release large numbers of ancient desolate beasts as vanguards to break through the human tribe's defensive line and create chaos in the human tribe battlefield. On the way to Wind Cloud City, there would often be human tribe experts patrolling the area. They were specifically responsible for killing these invading ancient desolate beasts. This was also something that Yi Fei found odd. Although ancient desolate beasts were ferocious, their bodies were filled with treasures. Their flesh could be eaten to strengthen a warrior's physique. Their bones and teeth were also the best materials to forge divine weapons. Typically, the value of an ancient desolate beast is not inferior to a spirit vein. Who is this person who is so rich to not take the ancient desolate beast away after killing it? Instead, he left it here? Yi Fei was somewhat puzzled. In the beast-marked space, the dragon turtle was stirring restlessly. It was unknown where it had taken out a mended item. Chapter 1783. Boom! Just as Yi Fei retreated, the lifeless ancient desolate beast suddenly jumped up from the ground like a zombie. Its mountain-like body charged towards Yi Fei ferociously. That kind of power was enough to shatter a star. If it was not for Yi Fei's powerful strength, an ordinary martial emperor would have been injured to a certain extent, even if they did not die. However, although the ancient desolate beast did not hit Yi Fei, it had accidentally shattered the dragon turtle's black pot. No matter how good the dragon turtle was at repairing the pot, it would not be able to repair the damage. Roar! Seeing the black walk shatter just like that, the dragon turtle was enraged. After all, that black walk was none other than the dragon turtle shell that it had shed when it was young. It was refined using its own shell. The destruction of the black pot had undoubtedly caused the dragon turtle to go berserk. A shocking Fey aura suddenly burst out from the dragon turtle's body. Then, in a rare move, the dragon turtle's anger soared to the sky as it similarly grew to the size of a mountain. In its rage, it charged towards the ancient desolate beast. Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao were stunned. They did not expect the dragon turtle to be so bold after it went berserk. It was a martial emperor ferocious demon, but it actually dared to provoke an ancient desolate beast that was at least a martial emperor. However, the speed of the dragon turtle's rampage was just too fast. Yi Fei did not even have time to react. All he saw was the dragon turtle and the ancient desolate beast collide in an extremely primitive and barbaric manner. Bam! The surrounding starry sky shook violently from the collision between the two giant beasts. However, the strange thing was that the one who won this time was not the ancient desolate beast, but the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle was able to send the martial emperor ancient desolate beast flying with its martial emperor realm cultivation. What happened to Blackie? Why did it suddenly become so good at fighting? Yifei widened his eyes in shock. Squeak! Xiao Qiao also stuck his head out of the beastmark space. He seemed to feel that the dragon turtle in front of him had become very powerful. However, the ancient desolate beast was clearly dead. Even though it was sent flying by the dragon turtle, the ancient desolate beast still let out a silent roar after stabilizing its body. At the same time, a faint fey aura appeared on its body. It formed a vortex and rapidly charged at the dragon turtle. It was a pity that the dragon turtle was still enraged. It did not care whether the ancient desolate beast was a martial emperor or something else. It hurriedly put away the broken black pot. The dragon turtle roared again, and its huge body became even bigger. Like a black meteorite, it collided with the ancient desolate beast. Bang! As expected, the ancient desolate beast was sent retreating once again. Even the demonic chi on its body was greatly weakened from the impact. So that's how it is. It's demonic chi. What supported the ancient desolate beast's actions was the fey chi that existed in its body. And the reason why the dragon turtle was able to repel the ancient desolate beast was not because of how strong the dragon turtle was, but because the dragon turtle was a ferocious demon under Basha. It possessed a very powerful fey dragon aura, which happened to be in the body of an ancient desolate beast. It is the nemesis of fey chi. Yifei secretly nodded. His eyes were extremely sharp, so he quickly saw the crux of the battle. His heart immediately stirred, since he understood that the ancient desolate beast was not a zombie, but was secretly being controlled by someone. It was a lot easier to handle. Immediately, Yifei instructed Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao quickly sensed the surrounding spiritual energy. The ancient desolate beast will not move on its own. There must be something hiding nearby, controlling it. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, there was a terrifying tremor in the starry sky. The tremor was like iron hooves trampling the ground. However, what appeared in front of Yifei were not ordinary military horses, but groups of ancient desolate beast corpses. However, these ancient desolate beast corpses were too far away from Yifei. It was easy to misunderstand that they were ordinary stars. Only when Yifei approached the ancient desolate beast did the fey chi in the ancient desolate beast's body react. Only then did the seemingly distant stars suddenly move, forming a terrifying scene. The extremely terrifying resplendent meteors charged rapidly and densely at Yifei. Yifei immediately felt alarmed, as though he was facing an army of thousands. The dragon turtle was so frightened that its black face turned pale. It was still domineering and ferocious a moment ago, but when it saw that it could not defeat the ancient desolate beasts in a one-on-one fight, it shamelessly ganged up on them. Without a word, the dragon turtle kept the black pot's fragments and rapidly shrunk. It hurriedly ran back to Yifei's side, causing Yifei and Xiao Qiao to look at it with disdain. Following that, Yifei kicked the dragon turtle back. At the same time, he encouraged it. Blackie, what are you afraid of? You are a ferocious demon from Basha after all. You have the body of a fey dragon. Why should you be afraid of these corpses? Quickly release your fey chi and block these desolate beasts for me. Yifei's words immediately had the charm of kicking a tortoise awake from a dream. The dragon turtle was originally rather timid, but when it heard Yifei's words, it seemed like it could use its fey chi to bully these strange, desolate beast corpses. The dragon turtle immediately became domineering again. At this moment, it looked even more majestic as it tried to probe the situation. One of the desolate beasts that charged over spewed out a mouthful of fey flames. Indeed, as Yifei expected, in front of the dragon turtle's fey chi, the ancient desolate beast that charged over looked extremely powerful, but they were actually paper tigers. They were defeated by the dragon turtles, Fei Qi. Even though the ancient, desolate beasts' powerful bodies were impervious to injury, they were unable to approach Yi Fei. Xiao Qiao also suddenly discovered something at this moment. He suddenly pointed his finger at one of the ancient, desolate beasts. Kill 8 extreme heavenly dragons. Without any hesitation, Yi Fei suddenly attacked. 8 extreme heavenly dragons with 8 different heavenly domains shattered the starry sky. They also completely destroyed the ancient desolate beast's massive body. And just as the desolate beast's corpse exploded, a special humanoid figure formed from blood rushed out from its body. It stared coldly at Yi Fei and the dragon turtle as it let out a sharp, ear-piercing voice. Darn it, if you did not have this ferocious demon by your side, you would have definitely died at the hands of my zombie demon. Under the army, Yi Fei, let me give you a piece of advice. Get out of the human battlefield and return to your Tianwu continent. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Even a martial god will not be able to save you. Don't worry, I will return. However, I will not escape. I will return to my hometown in glory and glory. Kill. Ultimate sword. Without giving the Blood Man a chance to resist, Yi Fei's hand exploded with a resplendent sword beam. He was about to capture the Blood Man alive. The Blood Man seemed to have noticed Yi Fei's intentions. He immediately shook his head with a sinister smile. You can't kill me. I'm a blood demon. Even if there's only a drop of blood left, I can still be reborn. As for you, if you continue to stay in the human battlefield, you will only be waiting for death. This is a piece of advice given to you on account that we are both from the Fey race. Pung. The blood demon's body suddenly exploded like sanguine lightning. At the same time, the corpses of more than 10 ancient desolate beasts under its control exploded. With them exploding at the same time, the power was not much different from a star exploding. The surrounding space began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 1784. When Yi Fei escaped, the starry sky had completely collapsed and exploded, forming a terrifying, chaotic space. The dragon turtle was so frightened that its black mouth turned white. If Yi Fei had not reacted quickly enough, it would not have shattered the black pot, but its own turtle shell. After all, the power that could detonate a star was not something a martial royal realm dragon turtle could withstand. Even Yi Fei, who had the combat demon body and a body comparable to a divine artifact, did not want to experience such a powerful corpse explosion. Oof, what a blood demon. It actually hid such a technique. Strange, other than foreign races, there are Fey in the human battlefield, and it's a strange blood demon that can control corpses. Could this also be a technique of the Sky God Hall? Yi Fei did not pursue the blood demon. Since the blood demon could self-detonate, it would definitely be able to escape his and Xiao Qiao's detection range. Yi Fei was only puzzled by the blood demon's words. Clearly, the blood demon came to kill me. However, after discovering my strength and the dragon turtle, it suddenly changed its mind. Instead, it warned or threatened me to not stay on the battlefield of the human race. Could it be that the heavenly god palace is so powerful that it can make me lose my place on the battlefield of the human race? If that's the case, why did the demigod from the Sky God Hall who came to punish me in the Trial City suddenly retreat? The more Yi Fei thought about it, the more puzzled he became. He vaguely felt that an invisible hand had been secretly watching him the moment he stepped into the human battlefield. Otherwise, the blood demon would not have appeared so coincidentally. The moment he stepped out of the Trial City, the blood demon had been lying in ambush. It had even used the ancient desolate beast corpse to set up a trap to ambush him. If not for the dragon turtle beside Yi Fei, who was already very familiar with the Fei aura, he would not have sensed the ancient desolate beast's corpse. He would not have sensed the ancient desolate beast's hidden Fei aura. It looks like I have to make a trip to Wine Cloud City no matter what. No matter who is secretly targeting me, as long as I'm still in the human battlefield, I will definitely expose them. He was not frightened by the blood demon. Instead, The appearance of the blood demon stimulated Yi Fei's fighting spirit. He knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but he still headed straight for it. Looking at the broken black pot in his hand, the dragon turtle's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and silently took out the black wooden token. He made a mark on it and swore that if he had the chance, he would definitely rush up and take a bite out of it. Yi Fei pretended not to see anything and continued to rush towards Fengyun City with Xiao Chao. Along the way, he saw many strange stars. Most of them had traces of battle. Many stars have been destroyed and scattered into dust and nebulas. Even those stars that were still intact had mostly turned into deserts. There were very few stars that truly had life. Yi Fei knew that this was the result of the Magi and ancient desolate beasts wreaking havoc. As long as the human race did not defeat the Magi and end the war, these stars would continue to be deserted. After another 10 days of flying, Yi Fei finally saw a majestic city at the end of the starry sky. This majestic city was not built on a star. Instead, it floated in the starry sky like a gigantic city star. Wind Cloud City. I've finally reached Wind Cloud City. I wonder if I can find any news about Zhao Yu and Lu Qing in there. Yi Fei looked at the majestic city and could not help but feel excited. Although Wind Cloud City was called a city, it was more like a war fortress. It was like a nail that was stuck at the vital point of the Magi's invasion of the human race's mainland. In front of the fortress, there was a majestic great wall that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. It almost split the starry sky into two halves. The half behind the Great Wall was the land where the human race and other races lived. Outside the Great Wall was the battlefield where the human race and the Magi tribe fought. It was not easy to enter Wind Cloud City. One had to obtain permission from Wind Cloud City or pass the test of the Battle of Trials to be qualified to enter Wind Cloud City. When Yi Fei approached Wind Cloud City, a martial god's restriction that was similar to the North region's enchantment appeared in the city. It scanned Yi Fei, and the identity token that Yi Fei obtained from the divine temple flashed. It was as if it was confirming that Yi Fei had passed the test to the restriction. After a few breaths, the invisible suppression disappeared. Yi Fei had finally successfully entered Wind Cloud City. In the city, he saw a large number of martial artists. There were young martial artists and older generation experts. Almost all of the top experts from dozens of continents were gathered in this Great Wall City. There were also many experts from other races who were challenging each other in various arenas in the city to practice their martial arts. There were also experts who had retreated from the human race's Great Wall to recuperate. They flew across the sky with monstrous killing intent. Yi Fei tried to use his spiritual sense to sense the city. Immediately, he found hundreds of martial emperors in the city. The aura of the Tao martial emperor also smacked his lips in his heart. He was shocked by the strength of the Wind Cloud City. All right, I remember Zhou Qiang said that Dongfang Yu is also in Wind Cloud City. He seems to be staying at the Heavenly Spirit Inn. I can go and see my old friend. I can also ask Dongfang Yu about the whereabouts of Zhao Yu and Lu Qing. Yi Fei thought of something and hurriedly stopped a martial artist who was passing by. In the direction of the Heavenly Spirit Inn. The Heavenly Spirit Inn was an inn specially built by the Heavenly Spirit continent in Wind Cloud City. There were dozens of such inns. In the ancient era, the Heavenly Martial continent had also built the Heavenly Martial Inn here. However, after the ancient calamity and the fall of the martial god, this inn no longer existed. Under the guidance of a martial artist, Yi Fei smoothly arrived at the Heavenly Spirit Inn. As the name implied, most of the people who gathered here were martial artists from the Heavenly Spirit continent. What Yi Fei found strange was that the martial artists around the inn were almost all female martial artists. Furthermore, most of them were young and beautiful female martial artists. On the other hand, male martial artists basically disappeared the moment they arrived at the Heavenly Spirit Inn. This made Yi Fei secretly puzzled. However, when he thought of Dongfang Yu's shocking attraction to young ladies, Yi Fei felt relieved. He guessed that there should be more female martial artists in the Heavenly Spirit continent. Otherwise, the lady Zhou Qiang mentioned would not have directly brought Dongfang Yu, who was only a martial emperor, to Wind Cloud City. One had to know that if one was not a martial emperor and had not passed the trial battles assessment, the price to enter Wind Cloud City was not low. Little Guogua, may I ask who you are looking for? Just as Yifei was thinking, a 13 or 14-year-old girl suddenly walked out of the inn. She bounced over to Yifei's side, as if she was very curious about Yifei's appearance. Thinking of Dongfang Yu's shocking luck with women, and then looking at the little lowly who was attracted by him, Yifei suddenly felt extremely speechless. However, he quickly reacted. This little girl was eating tonghulu and couldn't speak clearly. She had forcefully called this little brother Little Guagua. When the girls at the entrance of the inn saw the little girl talking to Yifei, they all stood to the side with smiles on their faces. Some of them even directly commented on Yifei's appearance. This young master can be considered delicate and pretty. It's just that his face is a little dark. He can barely be considered a little dark face. However, he looks quite simple and honest. He should be an honest person. If you marry him, you won't have to worry about him having an affair and attracting bees and butterflies. Chapter 1785. Oh, so you're looking for Dongfang Guo. All right, who are you to him? The little lowly was still cautious and knew that she couldn't trust strangers. Yifei was speechless. He could only reveal his most amiable smile and said, Dongfang Yu is my friend. I heard that he came to Fengyun City, so I came to visit an old friend. The little lowly looked at Yifei suspiciously. Apparently, she still didn't believe Yifei's words. Yifei was even more speechless. However, when he saw the little girl's naivety, he quickly thought of a good idea and said, How about this? I'll show you a magic trick. As he spoke, Yifei had already taken out the dragon turtle from the beast mark space. Big Black, it's up to you. After you coax this little girl, you can eat as many spiritual stones as you want. Yifei gave the dragon turtle a look and ordered, Become as small as possible. The dragon turtle immediately shrunk to the size of a palm. Its color also changed from the original pot bottom black to a crystal-like color. It even emitted a strange glow. It's so beautiful. Little Guogua, is this for me? The little lowly clapped her hands and cheered. Like Xiao Qiao, she didn't have much resistance to the shiny dragon turtle. The dragon turtle immediately looked at Yifei with a nervous expression. It didn't want to be sold by Yifei for a few spiritual stones. Yifei picked up the dragon turtle and patted it. The dragon turtle bounced up like a rubber ball due to its fat. The little lowly, who liked it, didn't even eat the candied haws. She clapped her hands excitedly and said, Little Guogua, I want to play too. How about this? You call Dongfang Yu out, and I'll let the dragon turtle play with you. Yifei said with a smile. Before he could finish his words, the little lowly had already run back to the heavenly spirit in like a gust of wind. Although the female guards around the inn felt that something was wrong, they didn't dare to stop the little girl because of her high status. Soon, Yifei saw a familiar figure walking out of the Spirit of Heaven Inn with a sad face. When Dongfang Yu saw that it was Yifei standing outside, he was obviously stunned for a moment. Then, he became so excited that he even ignored other people's surprised eyes and rushed out. He ran towards Yifei. Brother Yi, save me. What? Little master, why did you bring Dongfang Yu, that be asterisk-starred, out here? Master said that this be asterisk-starred. Dongfang Yu repeatedly broke the rules and tried to run away. Before Master left, he specifically ordered that he was not allowed to step out of the inn. These female guards didn't hear the conversation between Yifei and the little Lolita. Only when they saw the little Lolita bring out Dongfang Yu, who was under house arrest, did they become nervous. They blocked the entrance of the inn and were about to arrest Dongfang Yu. Even though Dongfang Yu immediately unleashed his Heaven Realm quasi-emperor cultivation, the weakest person who could enter Wine Cloud City was at least a Heaven Realm quasi-emperor. Dongfang Yu was quickly surrounded by a group of female guards and dragged into the inn. Dongfang Yu's face immediately darkened. Yifei was also shocked. Only now did he realize that something was wrong. He immediately took a step forward and walked to Dongfang Yu's side. A terrifying emperor's aura instantly erupted and shrouded the entire spirit of heaven in. Martial Emperor. You're actually a martial emperor. The female guards surrounding Dongfang Yu all exclaimed. Many of them were aghast. So what if you're a martial emperor? In the heavenly spirit continent, women have always been in charge. If it weren't for Master's mercy, we would have already dragged this **starred out and beaten him to death. These women of the heavenly spirit continent were really fierce. Even when they were suppressed by Yi Fei's emperor's aura, their expressions didn't change. They were like a group of aggressive tigresses. Especially when they called him **starred. Yi Fei was dumbfounded. Dongfang Yu, what's going on? What else could it be? It's the damn transmission of the Army of Destruction. By the way, where's the Army of Destruction? Tell him to get his ass over here. I want to fight him to death. Dongfang Yu's face was full of anger and resentment. He couldn't wait to find the Army of Destruction and beat him to death on the spot. Only then would he tell Yi Fei about his miserable experience. Only now did Yi Fei know that Dongfang Yu wasn't enjoying life on the heavenly spirit continent. Instead, he was living in an abyss of suffering. He even tried to escape several times, but unfortunately, he was caught every time. As for the reason for his escape, it was because of the random transmission array activated by the Army of Destruction. It was really a scam. Yi Fei was already unlucky enough to be transmitted to the nose of the Tyrannosaurus King. As for Dongfang Yu, who was transmitted to the heavenly spirit continent for the first time, he was undoubtedly very unlucky. Not only was he transmitted to the heavenly spirit continent outside the ancient road of stars, but what shocked Yi Fei even more was that Dongfang Yu was directly transmitted to the garden of a certain lady. Unfortunately, the heavenly spirit continent was a continent where women were the masters. Here, men had low status, while women had great power and influence. For example, if a man suddenly fell into the house, it was basically no different from a beauty falling from the sky on other continents. Not to mention that Dongfang Yu was very popular with women. Therefore, the lady was overjoyed and immediately made the best of the mistake. Not only did she pay a great price to bring Dongfang Yu to the battlefield of the human clan, but she also planned to forcibly marry Dongfang Yu at an appropriate time. It was also because of this that Dongfang Yu tried to escape several times, but he didn't succeed until Yi Fei appeared. Now, after hearing about Dongfang Yu's legendary experience, not to mention Yi Fei, even the dragon turtle and Xiao couldn't help but sympathize with Dongfang Yu. Yi Fei also asked hesitantly, Dongfang Yu, so you're already married? Then it's your family affair. It seems that it's not convenient for me to intervene. Marry my ass. I, Dongfang Yu, am the North Boxing King. As a man, I should conquer thousands of worlds. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Besides, the customs of the heavenly spirit continent are different from ours. In the heavenly spirit continent, once a man gets married, he must stay at home to take care of his wife and teach his children. If he goes out to show his face, he will be despised and spurned by others. I, Dongfang Yu, absolutely can't accept such a rule. Dongfang Yu was seething with anger. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. The angrier he was, the more he wanted to kill the army of destruction that had harmed him. Yi Fei also took a deep breath. While he was shocked by the strange customs of the heavenly spirit continent, he finally understood why Zhou Qiang would stutter and even cover his face with his sleeves when he asked him about the situation of the heavenly spirit continent several times. Obviously, according to the customs of the heavenly spirit continent, a man like Zhou Qiang, who showed his face in public and swindled others, was a proper bastard. As for Dongfang Yu, who had tried to escape several times, he was a typical example of a woman who didn't keep her husband's morals. Brother Yi, this time, no matter what, you have to save me from my misery. Dongfang Yu said gloomily. Okay, if you want to go, no one can stop you. But before I go, I want to see this lady you mentioned. Although Yi Fei sympathized with Dongfang Yu's experience, the strange customs of the heavenly spirit continent and the ability of this lady to bring Dongfang Yu, who had no order to assemble, into the battlefield of the human tribe also made Yi Fei think, since this lady is so capable, why don't I ask her about Zhao Yu? You? And Lu Qing? You still want to see her? Dong Fangyu was shocked. Chapter 1786. As Yi Fei made his move, countless female cultivators in the heavenly spirit surrounded him from all directions. Most of them were beautiful and had extraordinary auras. They had the demeanor of a woman who was superior to a man. Yi Fei also discovered something very strange. These girls seemed to be cultivating the same kind of martial technique. Furthermore, the younger and more beautiful the girl, the more powerful her martial technique cultivation was. At first, they were intimidated by Yi Fei's martial emperor aura and were suppressed by Yi Fei. Now that they reacted, the hundreds of beautiful girls joined forces at the same time. Their auras and even true essence resonated with each other and formed a strange joint attack. It was enough to create a huge impact on a martial emperor. A threat. However, although these girls were angry, none of them dared to charge forward and fight with Yi Fei. Firstly, Yi Fei's strength was unknown. Secondly, the little master they were talking about was standing beside Yi Fei. At this moment, he was staring at Yi Fei. No, to be exact, he was looking at the bright red turtle lying on Yi Fei's shoulder. The sparkling dragon turtle. Little master, quickly stay away from these two despicable men. They are both bad people, a girl reminded loudly. She seemed like she was about to rush over and carry the little lowly away. Yi Fei's eyes lit up. Without thinking, he handed the dragon turtle to the little lowly and said, "You can play with the dragon turtle, but you can only play with it beside me. All right, I'll teach you a new way to play with it." As he spoke, Yi Fei threw the dragon turtle to the ground. When the dragon turtle bounced up habitually, Yi Fei continued to pat it with his hand. The little lowly's eyes widened when she saw this. Then, she quickly ran to Yi Fei's side and patted the dragon turtle back and forth with curiosity. The dragon turtle burst into tears on the spot. It didn't expect that other than Xiao Qiao, there was another little girl who liked to pat it like a ball. However, in order to stall for time, Yi Fei could only make the dragon turtle suffer for a while. Seeing that Yi Fei had the ability to make the little girl stay by his side obediently, the hundreds of beautiful girls around them were in disbelief. Dong Fangyu was startled on the spot, but then his eyes lit up. He knew that as long as this little girl was by his side, he and Yi Fei could attack or retreat as they wished. Dong Fangyu finally let out a sigh of relief. Then he remembered and asked, "By the way, Brother Yi, why did you come to the human race war? You even broke through to martial emperor." Dong Fangyu's eyes were filled with envy. Breaking through to martial emperor was the greatest desire of all the cultivators of the Tianwu continent. Dong Fangyu was no exception. "It's a long story about me." Was she very influential in Wind Cloud City? "I have some things that I need to ask her about," Yi Fei said faintly. Since there were many people around, he didn't go into too much detail. Dong Fangyu was a smart person. He knew that Yi Fei must have encountered something troublesome. He nodded and said, "Siyu is indeed very powerful in Wind Cloud City. Not only is she a martial emperor, but she is also the personal disciple of a vice palace master of the human sovereign palace. I was able to break through to heaven's stage, quasi-emperor, because of her help. Unfortunately, I can't accept the customs of the Tianling continent." Dong Fangyu's face was gloomy when he said this. Yi Fei was secretly surprised. He cited Dong Fangyu's luck with women. Dong Fangyu was very powerful to be able to attract a martial emperor to pursue him as a martial emperor. As the two of them spoke, the many beautiful girls didn't dare to rush up and attack Yi Fei due to the little lowly's special status. They could only hurriedly report what had happened here to the matriarch through the sound transmission mirror. However, the message from the sound transmitting mirror hadn't been sent out yet. There was a loud boom. The entire sky above Wind Cloud City started to shake violently. It was as if some peerless powerhouse was rushing into Wind Cloud City from the outside at the fastest speed possible, after which he rushed straight towards the Heavenly Spirit Inn. "So you came back so quickly?" Dongfang Yu was shocked. It's not sister. The little girl who was patting the dragon turtle suddenly raised her head and mumbled in surprise. However, Dongfang Yu and Yi Fei didn't hear it. When he felt the aura rapidly approaching, Yi Fei suddenly became alert. He shook his head and said in a deep voice, "It's not the martial emperor. It's 3 demigods. Dongfang Yu, protect the dragon turtle and this little girl. I'll go and meet the 3 demigods of the divine palace." Gods? What? Demigods of the divine palace? Yi Fei, how did you offend the demigods of the divine palace? Dongfang Yu quickly sensed that the 3 auras in the distance weren't martial emperors. They were mysterious and powerful demigods. Such experts could only be found in the human tribe's impregnable pass. The divine palace was a colossus. Even many martial gods didn't dare to offend them. What? Yi Fei? He's the demon Saint Yi Fei, the super demon who killed the Trial City Lord and the emissary of the divine palace. Hearing Dongfang Yu call out Yi Fei's name and sensing that the 3 demigods didn't come with good intentions, many of the beautiful girls around suddenly turned pale with fright. They looked at Yi Fei as if he was a scourge. Dongfang Yu was even more shocked. Then he was speechless. He smiled bitterly in his heart. As expected of Brother Yi, trouble follows wherever he goes. The demigods were very fast. In just a breath, they had crossed half of Wind Cloud City and appeared in the sky above the heavenly spirit inn. They were 3 powerful demigods with mountain-like auras. The one in the lead was a muscular man with curved horns. The one on the left was a fierce-looking man with scales. The last one was a feminine woman with a slender waist. The 3 demigods had different personalities, but they were all wearing the golden battle robes of the divine palace. They looked down coldly. Then, their gazes locked onto Yi Fei at the same time. "You're Yi Fei, the demon who killed the Trial City Lord and the emissary of the divine palace?" The 3 demigods asked in unison. "That's right. I'm Yi Fei, but I'm not a demon. I only follow the principle of not offending others if they don't offend me. If anyone offends me, even if they're a demigod, I'll kill them." Yi Fei faced the 3 demigods without flinching. Step by step, he walked toward the sky and then the 3 demigods. The 3 demigods' faces changed. Then they were completely enraged. How dare mere martial emperor be so arrogant in front of us 3 demigods? "You evil creature, you're really audacious. You deserve to die. Oof, what an arrogant demon. Who allowed you to come up here? Get down and kneel on the ground to talk to us." Boom! They didn't give Yi Fei any chance to explain. When Yi Fei killed the emissary of the divine palace, the 3 demigods had already decided to kill Yi Fei. At this time, the demon emperor, who was the only one standing in their way, had been urgently transferred to the human tribe's impregnable pass. Of course, they wouldn't let go of this opportunity to kill Yi Fei. Chapter 1787. Kneel down and speak. Finally, the voices of the 3 demigods formed a terrifying sound wave that shook the heavens and the earth. It also shook the entire space where the heavenly spirit inn was located. Countless women were forced to kneel down in front of the demigods. Even though they were in the heavenly spirit continent, they still couldn't resist in front of the demigods. The only thing that puzzled people was that while everyone was kneeling down, there was a little lowly who was patting the dragon turtle's eyes. Shintian looked at the sky curiously. "If little Guogua is captured by these people, will this dragon turtle be mine?" Roar! Hearing the little lowly's words, the dragon turtle was so frightened that its face turned pale. It subconsciously wanted to escape, but the little lowly's palm seemed to have a strange magical power. The dragon turtle couldn't escape from her palm. It could only be patted here and there. Dongfang Yu looked at the little lowly and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Thanks to the little lowly, Dongfang Yu was also the only 2 people present who didn't kneel down in front of the demigod's aura. Yi Fei was also a little shocked. He couldn't help but take a deep look at the little lowly. When he saw that she was just patting the dragon turtle and didn't have any intention of hurting Dongfang Yu, he felt relieved. Then, A towering flame of war burned from his body. Yi Fei's emperor's aura was vast and mighty. His terrifying power actually blocked the combined aura of the three demigods. He took a step into the sky and didn't stop in Wind Cloud City. Instead, he strode out of Wind Cloud City. I don't want to destroy Wind Cloud City. If you're not afraid of death, fight me outside the city. Boom! The sword light was like a curtain that exploded with resplendent starlight. Yi Fei completely broke free from the aura of the three demigods. Not only did he not kneel down, but he also issued a challenge in front of all the ancient martial art practitioners in the city. He was challenging the three demigods. Even though Wind Cloud City was a gathering place for the strongest powerhouses of the various continents, Yi Fei's actions still shocked many people. The three demigods from the sky, Celestial Hall, were infuriated. Very well. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish today. The first person to walk out of the city wasn't Yi Fei, but the bull-horned, muscular man. He was holding a heavy divine axe in his hand. At the same time he appeared outside the city, the bull-horned demigod suddenly swung the divine axe in his hand. Immediately, the heavens and earth trembled and the starry sky shook. The whistling light of the divine axe shone in all directions. That terrifying light turned the floating meteors into a pile of dust. This was the terror of a demigod. They were already half a step away from becoming a deity. They were the strongest people below the martial god realm. Humph! A mere martial emperor dares to challenge us half-deities. Junior, you are indeed arrogant and foolish. Another vigorous voice resounded throughout the universe. Sigh, little brother, you're so young, but you're seeking your own death by going against the heavenly spirit hall. Even if I want to show mercy, I won't be able to. The snake-waisted demigod looked charming and her breath smelled like orchids. However, her eyes were filled with viciousness and emitted a dark green divine light. As she spoke, the divine light filled the entire starry sky and formed a special poisonous territory. It completely sealed the area and cut off all possible escape routes for Yi Fei. Oh no, that's a deity territory, a territory that's stronger than a heaven territory. Only a demigod can comprehend a deity territory. Although Brother Yi has become a martial emperor, it's hard for him to win against the three of us. Dong Fanyu was anxious and wanted to rush forward to help Yi Fei. Little Loli stopped patting the dragon turtle. She held the dragon turtle in her arms and forced it to eat the Tonghalu. She said, don't worry. Although the Heavenly Spirit Hall is strong, they still want to save face. At most, only one demigod will fight. The other two will just hold the line. Jean Taisui, Femme Fatale, let me take care of this guy. He killed a demigod from the Ox Demon tribe. I'll make him pay with his life. The Oxhorn demigod suddenly roared furiously. His eyes turned red and he went berserk. The Femme Fatale and Jean Taisui looked at each other and stepped back at the same time. They said, all right, Ox King demigod, his life is yours. We'll split the credit. You don't have to fight. Since you want to kill me, the three of you will die today. Kill Ultimate Sword. The sword radiance was vast and mighty. Killing intent soared to the sky. Yi Fei waved the everlasting sword. The whistling sword radiance formed a dazzling starlight. Then, it turned into a huge Tai Chi sword array. It suppressed the heavens and the earth and suppressed the three demigods in front of him. Jean Taisui and the Femme Fatale's faces changed at the same time. Their eyes were filled with shock. A martial emperor against a demigod. There was a great disparity in strength. A martial emperor would lose without a doubt. Who would have thought that Yi Fei would dare to attack the three demigods at the same time when he was being pressured by them? The Ox King demigod was even more furious. He raised the divine axe. The sharp axe suddenly became as big as a mountain. It cut through the stars and smashed towards Yi Fei. There was a loud cracking sound. The space where the divine axe passed through was cut in half. Then it exploded. The power of the explosion was comparable to the self-destruction of a martial emperor. When they saw the axe, at least half of the 100 martial emperors hidden in Wind Cloud City were shocked. The demigod was a demigod. The attack of a demigod is indeed terrifying. Such a divine axe is not something a martial emperor can block. I wonder how many moves this demon Saint Yi Fei can take under the Ox King demigod's attack. After Yi Fei had consecutively killed 2 martial emperors in the Trial City, his fame had long since spread to Wind Cloud City. It had also attracted countless cultivators to watch this unprecedented battle outside the city. However, there was no doubt that many cultivators were not optimistic about Yi Fei's chances. After all, the difference between a martial emperor and a demigod was too big. Just the divine domain that a demigod could condense was enough to make most of the martial emperors despair. Yi Fei was the only one who was still brimming with fighting spirit. His body was covered with violet gold flames, and then he unleashed a terrifying sword light that was as hot as the sun, moon, and stars. It contained the power of the war devil, as well as the power of the limitless sword star. It caused heaven and earth to explode. The divine axe smashed a deep hole in the Ox King demigod's divine axe. Yi Fei swung the everlasting sword through the hole in the Ox King demigod's divine axe. He turned into a purple gold star that shattered the void and crashed towards the Ox King demigod's body. Trying to compete with me in terms of strength? Junior, you are courting death. The Ox King demigod was completely enraged. When he saw that the divine axe had been penetrated by Yi Fei, his body suddenly trembled. In the starry sky, a 5-colored divine ox appeared. Its 4 hooves stomped on the sky, leaving 4 deep marks in the starry sky. However, the most terrifying thing was the 2 horns on the divine ox's head. They were like 2 sharp axes that could smash stars and destroy gods and demons. Chapter 1788. 80% of the martial emperors in Wind Cloud City turned pale when they saw this. If they were in Ox King Shun's shoes, they would have been trampled to death. Even Yi Fei was shocked. He was amazed by the violent strength of this demigod. It's a pity that although you're strong, you're still no match for the war demon. So what if you're a demigod? If I become a demon, I'll destroy the heavens and slay all gods and demons. Kill. Power of the war demon. Yi Fei roared. His entire body was burning with a dazzling purple-gold demonic light. At this moment, he had completely turned into a true war demon. Every move he made was filled with unimaginable strength. This strength made Yi Fei feel that he could even shatter a star with a single punch. Then, he threw out a punch. He didn't use any martial arts. He just used his physical strength. Yi Fei's fists were already colliding with the iron hooves of the Ox King Shun. You're not even a demigod. How can you cultivate a body that's comparable to a divine weapon? Is this what you're relying on? Is this what gives you the confidence to fight against a demigod like me? Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. Now, I'll let you know how terrifying a demigod is. Warhorn. Kill. Realizing that he couldn't trample Yi Fei to death, Ox King Shun roared furiously. The horns on his head suddenly flew up and formed 2 hurricane-like axes that slashed towards Yi Fei. Everlasting sword smash. Yi Fei's battle intent towered up into the sky as his sword's spirit ignited. Facing the divine Ox King's battle god horn, Yi Fei violently clenched his unbounded sword, manifesting a terrifying sword constellation that smashed toward the incoming divine Ox King's battle god horn. A moment later, this entire starry space was completely destroyed by the collision of the unbounded sword and the divine Ox King's battle god horn. Soon after, 2 figures suddenly charged out from the void like blazing lightning. They continued to clash crazily. Junior, I'll take your life. Heaven's horn slays gods, Earth's horn slays demons. Ox King Shun was infuriated. He was a demigod after all. If he couldn't even defeat a martial emperor like Yi Fei, he would lose all face. Hence, when Ox King realized that pure strength was unable to break through Yi Fei's war demon defense, he finally unleashed all of his strength. He returned to his human form, and the sharp horns on his head were gripped tightly in his hands, forming two terrifying natural divine weapons that could shatter the starry sky and destroy the world. This greatly shocked Jean Taisui, who was watching the battle from the sidelines. Divine Ox King was actually forced to use the strongest immemorial heavenly art of the Ox Demon clan, heaven and earth slaying fiend gods. This is a supreme heavenly technique that requires one to master two primordial heavenly techniques at the same time. Humph, this kid is too much of a monster. He's not even a demigod, but he managed to cultivate a divine body comparable to a martial god. No wonder Ox King Shun was forced to use his full strength. The femme fatale was also shocked. Yi Fei's combat strength was so strong that even a demigod was shocked. However, demigods were demigods after all. When they saw Ox King Shun going all out to master two primordial heavenly techniques at the same time, Jean Taisui and the femme fatale smiled victoriously. Roar! However, just as they were smiling, a terrifying dragon's roar resounded in the starry sky. Yi Fei finally stopped hiding his strongest martial arts. The 8 extreme heavenly dragons with 8 dazzling domains instantly suppressed the space-time and the world. Even someone as strong as Ox King Shun paused for a moment when the 8 extreme heavenly dragons appeared. He took advantage of this moment to attack. Yi Fei let out a roar that sounded like the roar of a heavenly dragon or a war demon. The 8 heavenly dragons suddenly formed 8 different worlds, with heavenly cauldrons, godly dragons, fist glows, and demon glows bursting out, shocking the entire universe. Jean Taisui, the femme fatale, and Ox King Shun were astonished too. Ox King Shun, in particular, could not believe that Yi Fei had cultivated a divine body comparable to a martial god's. Even more terrifying was that Yi Fei was able to control 4 primordial heavenly techniques at the same time. Even though he was a demigod, Ox Wangshin's face turned pale when he sensed the terrifying might of the octupole celestial dragon. He hurriedly used all his strength to slash out with the horns in his hand. The only thing he could do was to open up his divine domain and retreat frantically. Die! Yi Fei's eyes flickered with a demonic glow. He suddenly turned into a mad war demon. Unleashing the 8 extreme heavenly dragons was not enough. He made up his mind and unleashed his divine sense, firing another 8 extreme heavenly dragon at Ox King Shun. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the starry sky was completely shattered. Everyone could only see 8 terrifying heavenly dragons forming 8 terrifying realms. They continuously collided with Ox King Shun's god domain. The originally dazzling god domain was shattered by the collision, and the area of the god domain shrunk rapidly. Ox King Shun's furious roar could be heard from within the god domain. At this critical moment, Ox King Shun did not hesitate to burn his demigod blood essence to hold on and prevent Yi Fei from destroying his god domain. Yi Fei's face instantly turned ugly. He knew that he had underestimated a demigod. The biggest difference between a demigod and a martial emperor was that a demigod possessed a god domain. As long as the god domain was not destroyed, a demigod would be invincible. This was very similar to the purple gold Tai Chi that Yi Fei had created. Strictly speaking, the purple gold Tai Chi was a weaker version of the god domain. A real god domain was tens of thousands of times stronger than the purple gold Tai Chi. Back in the day, the limitless sword god had been severely injured and unable to form a god domain. This was why he had been beaten by Xiao Chao so badly that he had no choice but to submit to Xiao Chao in order to survive. However, Ox King Shun was not the limitless sword god. He was a real demigod at his peak. Therefore, even though Yi Fei had revealed his 8-level heavenly dragons, he had not been able to kill Ox King Shun on the spot. He had only made Ox King Shun expend a certain amount of his blood essence. When he realized this, Yi Fei's body suddenly erupted with a terrifying rage. Even a martial god would have to pay a hefty price for provoking me, let alone a demigod. Die! After pondering for a moment, Yi Fei realized that Ox King Shun had used his god domain to block the attack of the 8-level heavenly dragons. He simply raised his limitless sword and rushed towards Ox King Shun's god domain. He raised his sword and smashed it down. The limitless sword's shocking weight caused it to erupt with a terrifying sword light that was comparable to a star. In the eyes of many martial artists, Yi Fei's sword was no longer a sword. It was simply an incomparably dazzling star. It was like a torrential downpour as it continuously bombarded Ox King Shun's god domain. At this moment, Yi Fei had unleashed the tyrannical power of the war demon to its limits. The limitless sword had completely transformed into a star in his hand. It could shatter the starry sky and shatter the firmament. No matter how strong a demigod's god domain was, there was still a limit. When Yi Fei's frenzied smashing broke this limit, Ox King Shun, who was hiding inside, could only cry out in pain. On the spot, Yi Fei had stabbed him. Half of his body was pierced by Ox King Shun's sword. He was then stepped on by Yi Fei. "All right, Ox King Shun, what did you say just now? You said that it was ridiculous for a martial emperor to defeat a demigod?" Yi Fei's battle intense sword. Suddenly, he slashed his sword at Ox King Shun's head. Bam! Chapter 1789. Niu Wangshan is dead. He was killed by a martial emperor. A demigod was defeated by a martial emperor? Terrifying. This is too terrifying. No wonder he was ranked first on the Golden Roll. He deserves to be called the Demon Saint. Niu Wangshan's death shocked all the martial artists in Wind Cloud City. Jean Tai Sui and the Lady Femme Fatale were shocked and in disbelief. Even a peerless genius could only be invincible among the martial emperors. However, they could only protect themselves against a demigod. It was rare for a peerless genius to be able to kill a demigod. Yi Fei, on the other hand, had broken this rule. Not only had he blocked Divine Ox King's all-out attack, but he had also disregarded the dignity of the Heavenly Temple and the presence of 2 demigods to directly kill Divine Ox King in front of everyone. Jean Tai Sui and the Lady Femme Fatale were not the only ones who did not expect this. Niu Wangshan's eyes were filled with hatred and fear. Then, Jean Tai Sui and the Lady Femme Fatale roared in anger. Niu Wangshan was a demigod of the Divine Palace and their companion. Yi Fei's action of killing Niu Wangshan not only damaged the Divine Palace's prestige, but also slapped Jean Tai Sui and the Lady Femme Fatale's face. "Demon! Bastard! I want you to die, 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 die." Jean Tai Sui's hair stood on end. His intense anger caused his golden battle robe to explode and burst apart. Behind him, the shadow of a ferocious golden lion appeared and roared. The terrifying sound waves shook the entire Wind Cloud City. The city trembled. But soon, countless formations and martial gods' restrictions were activated simultaneously in the Wind Cloud City, forming a special defensive barrier that blocked all the sound waves outside. At this time, the poison matriarch's green eyes suddenly burst out with a terrifying poisonous light, and she screamed, "I know, damned little devil, you actually mastered a paragon technique and can control for primordial heavenly arts. If you hand over this technique, I will leave you an intact corpse." The poison matriarch was extremely ferocious, and she was also a rare poison master among the martial artists. Not only was her entire body highly toxic, when she blew out a breath, a terrifying poisonous cloud would instantly appear in the starry sky. It was colorful and very beautiful, and any martial artist who saw this poisonous cloud would feel their scalps go numb. That poisonous cloud was simply too poisonous. Wherever that poisonous cloud floated, even the starry sky would be corroded, leaving behind traces of decay. What? This brat actually has a supreme technique? No wonder he could easily control 4 primordial heavenly arts and even break through Divine Ox King's divine domain. Divine Ox King's death was not in vain. Jean Tai Sui laughed maniacally. He didn't care about Divine Ox King's death at all. However, his golden eyes were filled with an ominous glint, as well as deep greed. Yi Fei had killed Niu Wangshan. This was a great provocation that the divine shrine would not allow. Moreover, Yi Fei had the sovereign skill. Whether it was earthly venerable skill or heavenly venerable skill, they were all things that martial gods dreamed of. It was even more so for a demigod. Therefore, Jin Taisui did not care about joining forces with Yi Fei. He turned into a terrifying golden lion. His mane suddenly exploded and turned into terrifying sharp swords. They rained down on Yi Fei. The Lady Femme Fatale shouted coldly. She suddenly controlled the poisonous cloud and attached it to Jin Taisui's mane. Instantly, the sharp swords were covered in terrifying poison. The sharp swords formed by the golden mane turned into even more terrifying poisonous swords. They rained down on Yi Fei, covering the entire starry sky. Kill! Yi Fei's expression was cold. He did not retreat in the face of the two demigods. In fact, he could not retreat. Ever since he killed Niu Wangshun, the enmity between him and the divine shrine had been formed. The resplendent sword light grew even more resplendent. All of a sudden, Yi Fei's undying sword's soul ignited, causing the limitless sword to erupt with even more resplendent starlight. As the limitless sword danced in the air, the starlight rapidly transformed into a nebula, before finally condensing into a whistling sword galaxy. The sword aura rose to the sky. I kill in anger. Yi Fei brandished his divine sword, and the 8 dragons resonated. At this moment, a mysterious 8 trigrams pattern seemed to appear between heaven and earth, causing space and time to pause for an instant. At this moment of pause, a torrential river of swords had already filled the entire starry sky, and at the same time, it poisoned the combined poison of Jin Taisui and the Lady Poison. The swords were completely destroyed. How is this possible? Jin Taisui was truly taken aback. He had originally thought that Yi Fei would have expended a great deal of energy after killing Divine Ox King. How could he have known that Yi Fei was walking on the path of despair? His true yuan was so dense that it was rarely seen since ancient times. This was a supreme path that could make one despair, and even more so, make one's opponent feel despair. At this moment, Yi Fei had cultivated the war demon body. He could finally unleash the power of the path of despair to a certain extent. 8 extreme heavenly dragon. Yi Fei roared. He controlled the 4 immemorial heavenly arts and attacked forward. Heavenly cauldron suppressing gods, dragon suppressing 9 heavens, divine azura fist, and heavenly sage demonic art. The 4 immemorial heavenly arts for different forces had achieved some kind of miraculous unity at this moment. The roaring heavenly dragon had also turned into a terrifying heavenly dragon of the martial path, shattering the void and shaking the galaxy. Suddenly, countless stars seemed to be attracted from all directions. Like meteors, they whizzed over from afar. The Lady Femme Fatale's face was as cold as frost. Her charming face suddenly turned green. At this moment, she had attracted all the meteors and stars, turning them into strange, poisonous stars. Then, one by one, the poisonous stars surrounded Yi Fei and exploded. Tens of thousands of poisonous objects appeared. This scene not only caused the faces of countless warriors to change, even Yi Fei's face changed greatly. Then, he suddenly had a huge killing intent. Warriors who used poison were strange. For a demigod who used poison like the Lady Femme Fatale, one either did not offend her. Once they did, they had to be killed on the spot. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Heavenly cauldrons suppressing gods. Suddenly, a huge killing intent appeared on Yi Fei's body. Then, a majestic true essence erupted from his body. In an instant, it condensed into a mysterious 3-legged, 4-eared cauldron. The cauldron suppressed heaven and earth. It surrounded Yi Fei, forming a space of its own. It also completely isolated the exploding poisonous stars. Junior, kneel down and accept your death. Jin Taisui was not idle. Seeing the Lady Femme Fatale use her strongest poison technique, his eyes turned cold. He suddenly used the Golden Lion clan's strongest Lion King fist. Then, he roared. Lion King's sword. Chapter 1790. It's over. Yi Fei is done for. No matter how strong he is, he can't take on two demigods at the same time. In windy Rain City, many warriors were shaking their heads. They felt sorry for Yi Fei, but they also felt that it was unwise. He had offended a powerful force like the Divine Temple before becoming a true god. The scene of Yi Fei killing Niu Wangshan was shocking. But when they saw that Jin Tai Sui and the Femme Fatale did not follow the rules and joined forces to kill Yi Fei, most of the warriors were certain that Yi Fei would die. The reputation of the Divine Temple was not exaggerated. They had killed their way to fame. Oh no, brother Yi Fei is in danger. Let me go. I'm going to help him. When Dongfang Yu saw that Yi Fei was surrounded by poisonous flames, he turned pale. But he did not retreat. Instead, he broke free from the girls who were holding him and was about to rush out to fight alongside Yi Fei. This also gave the girls of the Heavenly Spirit Continent a shock. A nervous shout came from the sky above windy Rain City. Dongfang Yu, are you crazy? This is a battle between demigods. You are not even a martial emperor. You will die if you go. As a martial artist, how can we be afraid of death? Brother Yi is my friend and my brother. If he's fighting to the death, how can I just stand by and watch? A real man should die. So what is there to be afraid of? Dongfang Yu looked determined. At this moment, he had regained the indomitable spirit of the Northern Fist Emperor who would never admit defeat. See you. I'm leaving. Thank you for taking care of me these past few years. Dongfang Yu burned his blood essence and rushed out of windy Rain City. Empress Siyu, who had rushed over, was shocked. He was not even a martial emperor, but he dared to join a battle between demigods that even martial emperors did not dare to join. This made the hearts of the women of the Tianling continent tremble. Siyu's face turned ugly. She angrily shouted, Dongfang Yu, come back. You are part of my family now that you are in my family. You unfaithful be *tch. If you go out, you will die together with Yi Fei. Die together? Haha, so what? We, the warriors of the Tian Wu continent, can give up our lives, but we will not allow others to trample on our dignity. Not martial emperors or demigods. A cold voice came from behind Siyu. It was a young man whose robes were whiter than snow. His expression was calm, as if he wouldn't be alarmed even if Mount Tai collapsed. Even if the heavens and earth were destroyed, he wouldn't change. He was like a saint walking through the world, like a god of war. Suddenly, he stepped out of the wind cloud city's restriction and punched towards the poisonous flames that filled the starry sky. 3 sacred fists, non-offensive. The purple chi formed a strange holy light, illuminating the world and dispelling the endless poisonous fire. The femme fatale suddenly looked at the white-robed young man in shock. How is this possible? What era is this? How can there be an innate saint in 10,000 years? Heaven and Earth Saber. The divine saber didn't come from Wind Cloud City. Instead, it came from the distant starry sky outside of Wind Cloud City. Many warriors were shocked to see a silver-haired youth with a huge divine saber on his back. With one slash, he severed heaven and earth, turning heaven and earth into his divine saber. It's Sky Saber Shueyu. It said that he only used 10 moves to defeat the city lord in Trial City. Some martial artists recognized Shueyu's identity and could not help crying out in surprise. Haha, Shueyu D-Fan, you're here too? That's great. I'll also join in the fun. On a certain part of Wind Cloud City's city wall, an extremely ordinary youth who couldn't be found in a crowd proudly walked into the sky. He took another step, crossing tens of thousands of meters to appear outside Wind Cloud City. Then he waved his hand. Countless formation flags appeared from the void and fell to the ground. They were countless terrifying heaven and earth formations. Among them, there were even martial emperor formation spirits. They roared as if they were going to rush out of the formations and kill everyone. Heavens, it's actually a martial emperor's formation spirit, and there are so many of them. This person's attainments and formations are rarely seen in the world. Some of the demigods who were secretly watching the battle could not help but reveal themselves and look at the ordinary-looking young man in shock. Seeing this person, Dongfang Yu's eyes turned red in an instant. Without saying a word, he rushed over and kicked him. "Pujuan, you bastard! Do you know how much pain I've suffered because of your damn transmission formation? Get over here. I promise I won't beat you to death." When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. Dongfang Yu used to be the northern boxing king. Suddenly, he was put under house arrest by a female martial emperor and forced to learn the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. He wanted to fight desperately, but he didn't wait for them to fight. In the midst of the poisonous flames that filled the sky, a dragon's roar that could shatter the heavens and earth could be heard. Yi Fei, who was being attacked by 2 demigods, did not know that his old friends had all been alerted. They had all joined in the battle. However, Yi Fei's instinct as an expert allowed him to react the moment he sensed danger. He didn't dare to hold back. The 8-level celestial dragons instantly controlled the 5 immemorial celestial skills. With an even more terrifying aura, they suppressed time and space, as well as the 2 demigods. The femme fatale's face turned pale. Suddenly, she saw in horror that there seemed to be a raging war demon in the midst of the endless poisonous flames. Her poisonous creatures couldn't resist the terrifying, murderous aura of this youth at all. The roaring celestial dragons formed 8 mysterious 8 trigrams. They shattered the void and destroyed the world. Even the poisonous flames in the sky couldn't stop the celestial dragons from approaching. The Lion King's roar and sharp sword couldn't hurt Yi Fei's dazzling war demon. At this moment, Yi Fei had completely transformed into a purplish-gold war demon. He struck out with the octopole heavenly dragon with his bare hands. His right hand, which held the sword, raised the Wuji sword that was comparable to the stars in his hand and slashed forward with a whistle. No! The poison lady suddenly felt a great sense of fear. The moment she saw Yi Fei smashing out the limitless sword, she frantically retreated, and even used all of her strength to open up her poison divine domain. But Yi Fei was too fast. He didn't only have 5 immemorial celestial skills. In fact, the Great Void Technique was also an immemorial celestial skill. It was unparalleled in speed. Kill! Yi Fei let out a low roar. He didn't give the femme fatale a chance to retreat. The heavy Wuji sword had already smashed the femme fatale's divine domain repeatedly. Like a torrential rain, the rotating divine sword smashed the nearby starry sky until it exploded. The femme fatale was terrified to see the light of her divine domain rapidly shrink and dissipate in front of the Wuji sword's astonishing weight. It only lasted for a dozen breaths of time. With a loud bang, the femme fatale's toxic divine domain was smashed to pieces by Yi Fei. Then, a divine sword light, more terrifying than the stars, mercilessly pierced her forehead. Jin Tai Sui, save me. Chapter 1791. Lion King's Roar. Jin Tai Sui was a demigod expert after all. Facing the joint attack of Di Fan, the army of destruction, Shui Yu, and Dongfang Yu, he was not afraid at all. With a shake of his body, he had turned into a golden lion king. He opened his mouth and roared. The roar was like golden ripples that kept spreading in the starry sky. Unfortunately, Jin Tai Sui had underestimated Di Fan, a saint of heaven and earth. Faced with the golden ripples, Di Fan did not even look at them. The mighty purple chi suddenly condensed into a purple saint. It evolved into the way of heaven and struck out with the way of heaven's fist. The golden sound waves that filled the sky melted like snow under the sun under the shroud of this saint's fist. They lost their original attacking power. Kill. Army of destruction of 100 battles. God of slaughter of 1,000 battles. The army of destruction seized this opportunity and suddenly became one with the spear. Terrifying fighting spirit and killing intent formed thousands of soldiers and horses. They galloped furiously and suddenly turned into a strange formation, trapping Jin Tai Sui in it. However, Jin Tai only shook his body. The mane on his body suddenly pierced through the void like sharp swords. It was like a sudden rainstorm that completely drowned the heavens and the earth. Silent slash. Shui Yu's silver hair was burning. The giant saber on his back was bright and chilling. It turned into a terrifying mountain of sabers that tore through the starry sky again. It was filled with a silent and chilling aura. It turned Jin Tai from a majestic lion king into a naked lion. This scene made Jin Tai mad with anger and fear. He had thought that those who rushed up were ordinary martial emperors. However, when Di Fan and the other two attacked, he was horrified to find that Di Fan, the army of destruction, and Shui Yu were all half-step demon geniuses. Although their individual strength was not comparable to a demigod's, 3 half-step demon geniuses together were enough to pose a great threat to a demigod. What was more, Femme Fatale's body had been broken, and she could only escape with her primordial spirit. This made Jin Tai even more flustered. He could only use 70% of his original combat strength. In a short while, he was flustered by Di Fan and the others. He only had the strength to parry and had no chance to fight back. In the end, even Dongfang Yu saw the advantage. He unleashed the power of the North Fist Emperor. His fist was as strong as a mountain and shattered mountains and rivers. Roar! Jin Tai was besieged by the 3 half-step demon martial emperors, Di Fan, the army of destruction, and Shui Yu. He was besieged by 3 half-step demon emperors, the 3 under the siege, besieged by the 3 half-step demon martial emperors Bismin, Di, and the of course. He of the 3 was martial his. He could not do it. Even Yifei was extremely shocked by this result. Even though he knew that Di Fan and the others' strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds since they dared to interfere in this battle, the increase in their strength was simply too fast. Di Fan was one thing, but how did Pejun and Shui Yu become half-step demon-level geniuses and even break through to the martial emperor realm? Unfortunately, he was still busy chasing after Femme Fatale's primordial spirit and did not have time to ask more questions. However, the attack of Di Fan and the others gave him the best chance to kill Femme Fatale. Without any hesitation, Yifei unleashed all his strength. The Wuji sword in his hand suddenly burned like a swaying star flame, burning the starry sky. He chased after Femme Fatale again. Demon Yi, I'll fight you to the death. Femme Fatale was at her wit's end. She knew that she could not count on Jin Tai. She suddenly turned around, and her primordial spirit burst out a terrifying light of poison. She planned to self-destruct her primordial spirit and die together with Yifei. However, before Femme Fatale could self-destruct, Yifei suddenly disappeared in front of her eyes. At the same time, a swaying star flame suddenly penetrated Femme Fatale's primordial spirit from behind like a pillar of fire. Bang! Femme Fatale's primordial spirit collapsed on the spot and turned into a terrifying poisonous light, spreading wildly in all directions. Yifei was not afraid. His war demon body suddenly burst out a divine light like the sun. He walked out of the poisonous light with one step. The Wuji sword in his hand suddenly rushed toward Jin Tai, who was still struggling in the distance. He charged over. Boom! All the warriors in Wind Cloud City who saw this scene were greatly shocked. Ox King Shun was dead. Femme Fatale was dead. Now, Yifei was not even going to let Jin Tai go. Who would have thought that the 3 demigods of the Heavenly God Palace who came together to kill Yifei would be killed by Yifei one after another? Not a single one of them was left. As expected of the devil, Saint who suppressed countless martial gods and made it to the top of the golden roll. Look at the people who are with Demon Yi. That white robe sage must be the white-clothed war god who also ranked first on the golden roll. And that spear user, someone just called him the Army of Destruction. And Skyblade Shuiyu. Even the weakest Dongfang Yu is not to be underestimated. It is said that the Empress of the Tianling continent is behind him. Hiss! Everyone didn't know if they didn't mention it. Once it was mentioned, many martial artists' faces were filled with shock. It should be known that it was lucky for a continent to have a demigod in one generation. But now, the Tianwu continent had Fan, the army of destruction, Shuiyu, and Shuiyu, the three demigods, and the peerless demigods like Yi Fei. This had already broken the cognition of many warriors. If the news was spread out, many experts of the human race would be shocked. Strange, the Tianwu continent has completely declined. Why are the friends of Dongfang Yu so many demigods? In the Tianling continent, although women were respected, they could not help but tremble with fear when they saw the strength of Fan and the others. They secretly worried for their master. Master, this is not good. We were able to trap Dongfang Yu before because he was not strong enough. Now his friends are getting stronger and stronger. Bastard Fang, don't tell me you're really going to abandon your master and run away by yourself? If he dares, I don't care about other men. But since Dongfang Yu has married into my family, he is my man alive and my ghost dead. If he dares to cheat on me, I will beat him until he kneels down and begs for mercy. Ling Siyu's voice was sonorous, emitting a strong, domineering aura of an emperor. Originally, domineering aura was used to describe men. But in the Tianling continent, women were respected and men were mostly weak. On the contrary, many women were domineering. But Ling Siyu's domineering aura only lasted for a breath. Suddenly, a furious lion roar came from the sky. Then, a shocking light of blood exploded in the starry sky. Yi Fei held a sword in one hand and a huge golden lion head in the other. His figure moved, and he instantly entered the city from the starry sky. He steadily landed in front of Ling Siyu and said with an honest and gentle smile, "Sister, you must be the empress that Dongfang Yu mentioned. I am Yi Fei." Chapter 1792. While speaking, Ling Xiu hurriedly glanced at Dongfang Yu with a resentful look. Of course, Ling Xiu was a domineering empress, so she would never show such a weak side under normal circumstances. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Yi Fei was simply too strong, too ferocious, and too valiant. He had single-handedly killed 3 demigods. Just this news alone was enough to cause an uproar in the human battlefield. One of the demigods, a woman, could not escape from Yi Fei's evil hands. Moreover, Yi Fei was known as the Devil's Saint. Many people had subconsciously regarded Yi Fei as a temperamental super devil. Yi Fei soon felt Ling Siyu's vigilance. When he came over, several girls from the Tianling continent were so scared that they fainted on the spot. Yi Fei was even more depressed. "Sister Siyu, don't worry. I'm actually an honest man," Yi Fei hurriedly emphasized, with a simple smile on his face. Unfortunately, his smile did not reassure the girls of the Tianling continent. Instead, they mistakenly thought that Yi Fei was up to no good. The girls were even more frightened. They rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. Yi Fei's face suddenly darkened. He had no choice but to hurriedly push Dongfang Yu out. Facing Dongfang Yu, Ling Xiu, the empress, was not afraid at all. Moreover, after Dongfang Yu comforted her with a few words, she let down her guard against Yi Fei. This made Yi Fei's face even darker. The same went for the army of destruction. Damn Dongfang Yu. Didn't he say that my transmission formation caused him a lot of trouble? Why do I only see him hugging women and enjoying himself so much? There's nothing we can do about it. Perhaps this is called being fated with women. We can compete with him in everything, but this is the only thing we can't compete with. As for Fan, if he has more popularity, he can compete with Dongfang Yu. Shuiyu pointed at Fan. Fan's face was expressionless as he said in an indifferent tone, "My goal is to reach the peak of martial arts. Personal relationships are not what I want." Although he said that, Ling Xiu recovered after being comforted by Dongfang Yu. She then invited Yi Fei and the others to the Heavenly Spirit Inn. Fan couldn't help but blush when he saw this. The girls of the Tianling continent were not only passionate, but also bold and unrestrained. Therefore, when they returned to the inn, many of them secretly stuffed their handkerchiefs into Fan's sleeves. This was also considered a strange custom in the Heavenly Spirit continent. If a woman took a fancy to a man she liked, she would give him a fragrant handkerchief, a fragrant sachet, and other tokens. She would pursue him face to face without any hesitation. Even if she was rejected by the man, she would not care. There were also quite a few people who took them home and cooked rice with them. These are all introduced by Dongfang Yu along the way. This made Yi Fei extremely suspicious that Dongfang Yu was cooked in this way. Shui Yu and the Army of Destruction cast a complicated look of envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, Dongfang Yu then told them that although the women of the Tianling continent were passionate and unrestrained, there were also many rules, such as following the wife after marriage, the 3 obedience and 4 virtues, and a series of rules such as taking care of one's wife and teaching one's children. Not to mention Shui Yu and the Army of Destruction, even Di Fan, who was a sage, felt his scalp tingle. Then, he looked straight ahead and did not dare to pay attention to the enthusiasm of the girls around him. Unexpectedly, Yi Fei also received a fragrant handkerchief. The little girl who gave him the fragrant handkerchief was even more teary-eyed because the first thing Yi Fei did when he returned to Fengyun City was to take back the dragon turtle that she was holding. Naturally, the little girl was unwilling to give up. When she returned the dragon turtle, she used the fragrant handkerchief to tie a pink bow around the dragon turtle's neck. This also made the dragon turtle burst into tears on the spot, seriously suspecting that the little girl had mistaken its gender. Yi Fei did not dare to take this little girl lightly. He clearly remembered that when the 3 demigods released their divine power, all the warriors around the Tianling and could not bear it. Only the little girl beside him was not affected by the divine power at all. She was even an invisible shield. She protected Dongfang Yu and the dragon turtle beside him. Thinking of this, Yi Fei could not help but stare at the little girl beside him with a puzzled look. However, even with his realm, he could not tell what the little girl's cultivation was. This made Yi Fei's hair stand on end. Then, thinking of how he came to the Tianling and suddenly, because of this little girl, even he did not sense it, Yi Fei suddenly could not help but smile bitterly. Sure enough, there is always someone better than you. Little girl, no, maybe I should not call you little girl, but senior demigod. Okay, senior, what is your purpose for approaching me? Guess. The little girl blinked her eyes. I can't guess. Yi Fei shook his head. He was not from the Tianling continent. How could he guess her identity? Guess again. The little girl stared at him with her big, innocent eyes. Yi Fei suddenly felt depressed. He wisely skipped this topic and looked at Ling Xiyu in front of him. At this moment, they had re-entered the Tianling Inn and sat down separately. Unexpectedly, the one sitting in the main seat was not Ling Xiyu, the martial emperor, but an innocent little girl. This gave Dongfang Yu a shock. Xiyu, isn't she? No, she's not my little sister. She should be my elder sister. In the Tianling continent, women are superior to men. The martial arts that we cultivate are mainly for women. The most powerful one is the 10 spirits creation heavenly skill. When a woman cultivates this heavenly skill, her age will constantly regress. The higher her cultivation, the older she will regress. When she is 10 years old and reaches the critical point of the 10 spirits creation heavenly skill, she can smoothly comprehend the Dharma and break through to the martial god realm. Speaking of this, she looked at Yi Fei with a strange expression. Then, she deliberately looked at the pink scarf tied around the dragon turtle's neck. Ling Xiyu's eyebrows twitched again. Little Wuwa, my name is Ling Siki. I usually don't tell people my name, but if you're willing to give me the dragon turtle, I'll allow you to call me by my name. The little girl said with anticipation. As she spoke, she threw herself into Yi Fei's arms. Big sister. This scene caused Ling Xiyu, the empress, to jump in fright once again. Yi Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that by Ling Siki did not have any ulterior motives for approaching him. She was just curious. His heart skipped a beat. He simply carried Ling Siki and sat down in the main seat. He said, "This 10 spirits creation heavenly skill is strange." Isn't it strange? Won't it cause any hidden dangers? To be honest, Yifei felt that it was very strange to be hugging a little girl who was a demigod, especially since this demigod girl might have once been a beautiful woman. Chapter 1793. Ling Xiu was the empress after all. She was initially frightened by Yi Fei's fierceness. However, after being comforted by Dongfang Yu and observing Yi Fei's words and actions, she understood part of Yi Fei's character. She understood that as long as she did not provoke Yi Fei, she would not be afraid that Yi Fei would be demonic and attack her in Tian Tian. The spirit continent was at a disadvantage. Under such circumstances, as the empress, Ling Xiu would not just passively defend. She quickly recovered and launched a sharp counterattack. With regard to this, Yi Fei secretly nodded his head. The reason why he had put on such a domineering display and took the initiative the moment he entered was naturally to subdue the empress, Ling Xiu. After all, women were superior to men in the Tianling continent. If he could not subdue Ling Xiu, he would not only fall into a passive position when he needed her help, but also pay a high price. You're right. I do have something that I need your help with. I came to the human clan battlefield to look for two old friends. However, I have not been able to find out their specific situation. Therefore, since you can bring Dongfang Yu, who is a martial royal, here, you should be able to help me. How about I get some information? Yi Fei said in a deep voice. So you're just looking for people. This is not difficult. However, why should I help you? Ling Xiu looked at Yi Fei slyly. As the personal disciple of a deputy palace master of the human emperor palace and a martial emperor herself, Ling Xiu had some privileges in Fengyan City. It was this privilege that allowed her to easily bring Dongfang Yu, who did not have a summoning order, into Fengyan City. As for finding people, it was not difficult for her. Love. However, she cannot help Yi Fei easily. After all, Yi Fei had offended the divine palace too much. He had killed 3 demigods. If she helped Yi Fei casually, the divine palace would bear a grudge against her. Thinking of this, Ling Xiu suddenly had an idea. She smiled and said, "However, you found the right person to ask for information. I may not be as powerful as you, but the Tianling continent has a high status in the human clan battlefield. Even the wives and concubines of many martial gods are on good terms with us. Therefore, I can help you find out. I'll give you any information you need, including the heavenly god hall's movements. However, I have a condition." "What conditions?" Yi Fei asked in a deep voice. "It's simple. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you and your friends marry into the Tianling continent, or you join the human emperor palace. However, I strongly recommend that you choose the first option," Ling Xiu said as she looked at Yi Fei with a strange expression. This glance made Yi Fei's face turn green. Di Fan, the army of destruction, and Shui Yu's faces also turned green. They had envied Dongfang Yu before, but they no longer envied him after learning about the strange customs of the Tianling continent. On the contrary, he felt some sympathy for Dongfang Yu. Yi Fei also shook his head resolutely and said, "No, it's my personal business to ask for information. It has nothing to do with Di Fan and the others. No, it has something to do with them. We came to the human clan battlefield for a purpose. Our purpose is to join the human emperor palace. Even if the empress didn't ask us to do so, we would still join the human emperor palace." Di Fan suddenly said. The army of destruction and Shui Yu didn't object, which was very rare. Yi Fei looked at them in surprise and asked, "Di Fan, what's going on?" "This is the head's request. When you return to the northern region, I also return to the heavenly deployment sect." The army of destruction shook his head with a bitter smile and told Yi Fei what they had experienced in the past few years. Only then did Yi Fei know that after he returned to the northern region, the army of destruction, Di Fan, and Shui Yu also returned to the starry sky and planned to cultivate in seclusion. At the same time, they also planned to fight for the convening orders left by Yi Fei. However, the appearance of the convening orders alarmed Tianjinzi. Therefore, Tianjinzi ordered the Army of Destruction to find all the peerless geniuses of the Sky Martial Continent and tell them that if anyone was willing to go to the human clan battlefield and join the Human Emperor Palace, they could get an earthly spirit pearl from the Formation sect. An earthly spirit pearl was a supreme treasure that could transform a warrior into a half-step monstrous genius. No one could resist this temptation. The Army of Destruction, Shui Yu, and even the ancient genius Wu Ming all nodded and expressed their willingness to join the Human Emperor Palace. Thus, they obtained earthly spirit pearls and transformed into half-step monstrous geniuses. As for Fan, who was already a half-step monstrous genius, he received personal guidance from Tianjinzi and finally agreed to join the Human Emperor Palace. It's not just us. The Tian Fa, Quasi-Emperor, the Grand Principal of the True Martial Sacred Academy, also agreed to the headmaster's conditions and obtained earthly spirit pearls to transform into half-step monstrous geniuses, said the Army of Destruction. Hearing this, Yi Fei was a little shocked. However, after thinking about it, it was normal. The convening order for the human clan battlefield had been given to him by the Tian Fa, Quasi-Emperor. If he had not been limited by his talent and was unable to condense a heavenly domain, the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor would have secretly come to the human clan battlefield himself. He had broken through to the martial emperor realm, not to mention that Lu Qing had also been sent here without any news. As his grandfather, the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor had to be worried. As for the Grand Principal, he was originally a peerless genius and was once the strongest of the older generation in the Tianwu continent. It was not strange that he had received the convening order and came to the human clan battlefield. It's a pity that we are the first batch to enter the human clan battlefield. The older generation experts like the Grand Principal and the ancient genius Wu Ming are the second batch. Otherwise, we would be able to meet in Wind Cloud City now. Yi Fei could not help but sigh after hearing the Army of Destruction's explanation. Dongfang Yu looked enviously at the Army of Destruction and the others. I didn't expect you to experience so much on the ancient road of stars. It's a pity that I have achieved nothing. I want to have the chance to catch up with you in the future. Who said that? Yu Lang, this is the earthly spirit pearl that I specially asked for from the Human Emperor Palace for you. As long as you refine it, you can also transform into a half-step monstrous genius. My man, you can't be stronger than me, but you can't be weaker than others. Ling Xiyu was indeed domineering. As she spoke, she pulled Dongfang Yu into her embrace and stuffed the earthly spirit pearl into his mouth. Dongfang Yu's face immediately turned red, and he felt like vomiting blood. The eyes of the Army of Destruction and Shui Yu also turned red. They suddenly felt that Dongfang Yu was looking for a beating. Yi Fei was also speechless. But no matter what, Dongfang Yu had become a half-step monstrous genius. It was only a matter of time before he broke through to Martial Emperor. Thinking of this, Yi Fei felt that he could not be stingy. Suddenly, he took out a law energy fragment and said, Dongfang Yu, take this law energy fragment. It will take at least 1 year and at most 5 years. When you break through to Martial Emperor, we will still have the chance to fight side by side. That's right, I recently heard that a madman appeared in the Trial City. He single-handedly collected all the battle souls in the battle soul space, and even publicly sold them. Many of the human race's martial gods raised their eyebrows. Could that person be you? Ling Xiyu's news was truly fast. She immediately reacted when she saw Dongfang Yu take out the law fragment. Yi Fei smiled and nodded. It's indeed me. Take this law fragment as a reward for helping me gather information. I wonder if the Empress is satisfied with it. Chapter 1794. Like the Divine Palace and the Human God Palace, the Human Emperor Palace was a powerful force in the human tribe battlefield. Among the warriors who entered Wind Cloud City, only a few who were confident and ambitious would choose to become independent warriors and enter the human tribe pass alone. The remaining 99% of the warriors would eventually join a divine palace. At the same time, these divine palaces would unite and form a divine palace army to attack the sorcerer tribe at the pass. Of course, there were strong and weak divine palaces. The number of demigods and the combat strength of the martial gods would affect the ranking of the divine palaces. For example, the divine palace was the strongest, followed by the human god palace, and the human emperor palace ranked last. There was no need for Yi Fei and the others to inquire about this. Dongfang Yu, who had arrived first, already had a certain understanding of the divine palaces. Coupled with the earthly spirit bead and the Dharma fragment that he had obtained, Dongfang Yu was finally confident that he could catch up with Yi Fei and the others without being left too far behind. Look, Brother Yi, the human emperor palace is just ahead. I want to come here for a long time. Unfortunately, I've been under house arrest until now. Thanks to Yi Fei, Dongfang Yu no longer had to hide in the Spirit Star Inn and be a houseboy. He was very excited along the way, as if he had been freed. Di Fan and the others were also happy. After all, although they had promised Tian Renzi to join the Human Emperor Palace, it was still uncertain whether the Human Emperor Palace would accept them. Now, with Ling Siyu's recommendation, they could at least start the Human Emperor Palace's assessment. It was just that after entering the Human Emperor's Palace, Yi Fei could vaguely feel that something was amiss. The surrounding buildings were majestic, and the spiritual energy within the Human Emperor's Palace was extremely shocking. It was actually 10 times stronger than Wind Cloud City. Moreover, the Human Emperor Palace was a city of its own. It floated in the universe and formed a war fortress that was stronger than Wind Cloud City. However, only warriors from the Human Emperor Palace could enter this fortress. Logically speaking, a sacred palace like this should be crowded with experts. Yi Fei finally realized what was wrong. That's strange. Didn't Ling Siyu say that the Human Emperor's Palace, Sky God's Palace, and Human God's Palace were known as the 3 great sacred palaces? Why do I feel like the Human Emperor's Palace is very quiet? It's not just deserted. Look at those palaces. Many of them are covered in dust. It's obvious that no one has lived here for a long time. We've been here for so long, but we haven't even seen a single gatekeeper. Shui Yu couldn't help but complain. Could it be that we've come to the wrong place? Di Fan, who had always been calm and collected, changed his expression when he saw the desolation of the Human Emperor Palace. The army of destruction, and Dongfang Yu looked determined and said in a low voice, "Maybe this is a test from the Divine Hall. Anyway, we must join the Human Emperor Palace." That's strange. Why do I feel like I've been cheated? Yi Fei was a little confused. He had come to the Human Emperor Palace for 2 reasons. First, Di Fan had expressed his desire to join. Second, Ling Siyu had told him that the Human Emperor Palace was built by the martial gods of the Zulong continent and the Tianling continent. Therefore, warriors from the Tianling continent would usually choose to join the Human Emperor Palace when they came to the human tribe's battlefield. This also aroused Yi Fei's interest in the Human Sovereign Palace. However, they hadn't seen a single living person for a long time. Yi Fei couldn't help but murmur. He almost wanted to wake up Xiao Qiao and help him sense whether there were any living people in the sacred palace. Look, someone is flying over. Dongfang Yu's eyes were sharp. He saw a strong figure flying over from afar. It was a middle-aged demigod. He was about to leave the Human Emperor Palace to run some errands. Suddenly, he saw a large group of people coming in from outside. This middle-aged demigod was startled. He flew over and asked hesitantly, "Are you from the Human God's Palace or the Sky God's Palace?" "Neither. We're here to join the Human Emperor Palace," Di Fan said politely. "What? That's great. It's been 10 years. Except for those girls from the Tianling continent who are nostalgic, there's still people who come to take the test. We haven't seen any warriors with potential in the Human Emperor Palace for 10 years. Come. Don't be shy. It's very easy to join the Human Emperor Palace. As long as you pass the test, we'll be brothers in the future. By the way, how's your talent? Have you reached the level of a top genius? Of course, it'll be even better if you're a peerless genius." The middle-aged demigod was very enthusiastic. His requirements were shockingly low. At this time, he was afraid that Yi Fei and the others would run away. He hurriedly drove Yi Fei and the others into the Human Emperor Palace. It was like driving ducks onto a perch. Not only did Di Fan's face change, but Yi Fei's face also darkened. The other divine palaces were very impressive. Even martial emperors had to bow their heads when they walked in. Why did the human emperor palace give people the illusion that they were afraid they wouldn't find anyone? What was even more ridiculous was that this person said that no other warriors had come to the human emperor palace to take the test for 10 years. Yi Fei hurriedly probed, "Senior, there seem to be very few warriors in the human emperor palace. Is the test for the human emperor palace very difficult?" "It's not difficult. It's not difficult at all. As long as you're a top genius, you don't have to pass the test. As long as you can stay in there for 10 days without being expelled, you'll pass. Of course, it doesn't matter if you're not a top genius. Later, I'll secretly give you a few recovery elixirs. As long as you grit your teeth and persevere, you'll also be able to join the human emperor palace." As he spoke, the middle-aged demigod took out a large number of elixirs and gave each of them a bottle. He was afraid that Yi Fei and the others would give up halfway. Yi Fei was speechless. The human emperor palace seemed to be different from the magnificent divine palaces he had imagined. Not only did they not need to pass the test, but they even openly encouraged cheating. Now, even Shui Yu, who was the slowest, was confused. The army of destruction even asked calmly, "Senior, how many martial gods are there in the human emperor palace now?" "Ah, junior brothers, don't worry. The human emperor palace has been established for more than 100,000 years. We don't have many disciples, but we have produced many martial gods. Let me count. There are about 3,000 inferior martial gods, 700 or 800 medium martial gods, and more than 50 upper martial gods. In the past, the human emperors were close to supreme martial gods." The middle-aged demigod was quite proud of himself. His words immediately dispelled the doubts of Shui Yu and the army of destruction. Even Dong Fangyu relaxed. However, Yi Fei still felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, Di Fan, who was not far away, asked, "Senior, how many living martial gods are there in the human emperor palace now?" Yi Fei suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly looked at the middle-aged demigod. The middle-aged demigod, who had been boasting about his heroism just now, suddenly shook his head awkwardly and said, "There are no martial gods in the human emperor palace now. But don't worry, there are thousands of martial gods in the human emperor palace. You better decide whether to join the human emperor palace or not. The opportunity to become a god is right in front of you. You must cherish it." The middle-aged demigod advised them earnestly, as if they would suffer a great loss if they did not join the human emperor palace. They would definitely regret it in the future. However, Yi Fei had a nagging feeling that if he were to really join the human emperor palace, he would be the one who would suffer a great loss and fall into a trap. Chapter 1795. Di Fan and the others couldn't be blamed for being angry. Before they came to the battlefield of the human tribe, Tianjinzi had described the human emperor palace to be the most powerful divine palace in antiquity times, and the human emperors were all supreme experts. However, Tianjinzi had forgotten that the glorious human emperor palace in his memory had already been destroyed. The human emperor palace was in antiquity times. Now, the human emperor palace was just a name. There wasn't even a martial god in charge of the divine palace. The middle-aged demigod who was responsible for the introduction sighed and turned to leave when he saw that he couldn't fool Di Fan and the others. Yi Fei suddenly stopped him. "Senior brother, before you leave, shouldn't you take us to the human emperor palace to take the test?" The middle-aged demigod looked at Yi Fei in surprise. "You know that the human emperor palace has declined. Do you still want to join it?" "Yi Fei, you still want to join the human emperor palace when it has declined?" Di Fan and the others were also surprised. After knowing the current situation of the human emperor palace, even they couldn't help but want to give up. "I'm different from you. I've been to the 6 Tao sacred sects and the true martial sacred courtyard. I've understood one thing. The sacred courtyard may have declined, but the martial arts of the sacred courtyard will never decline. A divine palace without a martial god can continue to exist, and it has the divine palace and the human emperor palace. There must be a reason why the human god hall exists. Yi Fei smiled faintly. He didn't care whether the human emperor palace had declined or not. The only thing he cared about was the human emperor. After all, the space of the beast mark in his body was actually the human emperor's seal. Yi Fei also wanted to figure out the relationship between the human emperor's seal and the human emperor palace. Moreover, if he didn't want to join the human emperor palace, he could have deliberately failed the test. He just didn't wait for Yi Fei to tell him this method. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Di Fan's heart was greatly shaken. It was as if Yi Fei had awakened him. Suddenly, he solemnly bowed to Yi Fei and said, "Brother Yi, you're right. The decline of the deity's Templar doesn't mean the decline of the deity's Templar's martial arts. A true powerhouse did not rely on the strength of the temple, but on the strength of the temple. It's all due to my own hard work. I'm definitely adding to the human emperor's palace. That's right. Since we've promised the Array faction that we'll join the human sovereign palace, we can't go back on our word." Shui was also touched and spoke in a deep voice. "Since the human emperor palace has declined, let's make it glorious again." The army of destruction was full of confidence and no longer cared about the human emperor palace's decline. Dongfang Yu nodded his head in agreement. The middle-aged demigod also looked at everyone in surprise. His expression also became serious, which was rare for him. "Don't worry. The martial gods that have emerged from the human emperor's palace in the past are not inferior to the other sacred halls. In fact, they're even stronger than them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have joined the declining human emperor's palace without hesitation. The test of the human emperor palace is to walk up those stairs and push open the door of the human emperor palace. You will pass." Rumble. The middle-aged demigod looked insignificant, but his strength was unexpectedly powerful. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying hurricane blew Yi Fei and the others past countless ancient palaces and finally stopped at the end of a magnificent celestial palace. That was the main hall of the human emperor's palace. As long as one entered the main hall and gained the recognition of the human emperor, one could become a member of the human emperor's palace. Di Fan did not hesitate. He was a natural saint and always did what he said. Since he had promised the Array faction that he would join the human emperor's palace, he would never go back on his word. Shui Yu and the army of destruction did the same. In the end, even Dongfang Yu stepped onto the long sky stairway and tried to walk toward the human emperor's celestial palace in the distance. Yi Fei also stepped onto the sky stairway. However, as soon as he stepped onto the first step, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He was surprised to find that he was not stepping on steps, but a strange space. At this moment, his entire body was trapped in this boundless space. It was pitch black all around him, and he could not tell which direction he was going. There was also no substance around him. It was purely an eternal void. If it had been any other ancient martial art practitioner, they would have panicked when faced with such a special space. They would have been worried that they would be trapped here and would have acted recklessly. However, Yi Fei did not do that. Instead, he was very patient and kept walking into the void. 1 day, 10 days, 20 days, 30 days. Half a year passed just like that. Many determined ancient martial art practitioners would lose their patience and wonder if it would be futile to continue walking like this. Yi Fei's brows furrowed slightly, but he didn't stop and continued to walk forward. After walking for about half a year, even Yi Fei was gradually losing his patience with this boring walk. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He was no longer surrounded by a dark void, but a vast starry sky. In the starry sky, terrifying ancient desolate beasts were gathered in groups. The dazzling light gathered to form a belt of starlight. Just as Yi Fei's feet stepped into the starry sky from the void, the belt of starlight spurred all sorts of strange ancient desolate beasts to charge over from afar with an ominous glint in their eyes. 8. Extreme Heavenly Dragon. Yi Fei did not hold back. He immediately used his strongest attack. 8 heavenly dragons condensed 8 domains. At the same time, he used 5 primordial heavenly techniques. He ignored the countless ancient desolate beasts surrounding him and instantly charged into the terrifying belt of starlight. Following, there were the angry roars of the heavenly dragons and the dying roars of the ancient desolate beasts. None of the desolate beasts were Yi Fei's match. Under the 8 extreme heavenly dragon, the huge belt of starlight was quickly torn apart by Yi Fei. Following that, Yi Fei's figure passed through the belt of starlight and suddenly entered another blood-colored land. What appeared on the blood-colored land were no longer ancient desolate beasts, but powerful warlocks in black robes. When they noticed that Yi Fei had stepped into this space, they immediately cast their sorcery and transformed into various figures of gods and demons. Some had the head of a bird and the body of a human. Some had 8 legs and 10 arms. Some had wings on their backs, and some could control water and fire. Some could trigger astronomical phenomena, and some could condense puppets. Kill. Ultimate sword. Yi Fei's expression was cold. He suddenly raised the limitless sword. Sword beams shot into the sky and beheaded the enemy. Countless warlocks suddenly turned into a bloody mist under his sword beams. They exploded in the air. Even more warlocks roared. Die, you vile spawn! Between heaven and earth, a terrifying black hole vortex suddenly appeared. The suction force was extremely strong, like the mouth of a monster. It suddenly pulled Yi Fei's body from this space into another strange space. On the outside, the middle-aged demigod saw Yi Fei's figure suddenly take a big step from a flight of stairs. In an instant, he crossed hundreds of stairs and entered an even more powerful space of the stairway to heaven. His expression suddenly changed. I actually misjudged him. So this kid is a peerless demon. A peerless demon is here to take part in the Human Emperor's Palace's assessment? Wu Gang, it seems like your acting skills are not good enough. You should make yourself look more pathetic so that you can scare people. Outside the stairway to heaven, another powerful demigod came. He was also an expert of the older generation, but compared to Yi Fei, he was much more powerful. Chapter 1796. It's better that they're gone. The Human Emperor's Palace needs absolute elites, not those short-sighted mediocre people. Unfortunately, if they had come to the human battlefield 500 years ago, we might have recruited them. But now, the stronger the genius, the more cautious we have to be. The young demigod wore a serious expression. The middle-aged half-god Wu Gang's expression shifted when he heard this. He let out a sigh and said, I understand your concern. Since the Human Emperor went missing, the last martial god of the Human Emperor Palace died in battle 500 years ago. The Human Emperor Palace's position has been in danger. The Heaven God Palace has been trying to take over the Human Emperor Palace. The Human Emperor's Palace wants to replace us and turn the human battlefield from 3 to 2. Luli, are you suspecting that the Divine Emperor's Palace has sent these people to test us? We can't rule out that possibility. Although I've checked and found out that their teleportation medallion came from Ling Xiu, women are the most troublesome. We have to be on guard. This could be the Empyrean Temple's seduction. Lu Li's expression was solemn. Wu Gang said with hesitation, with their talent, even if I don't lower the difficulty, it won't be too difficult for them to pass the test. Do you mean I should open the final test? However, if they really pass that test, even the Human Emperor's Palace won't let go of this opportunity to annex us, let alone the Divine Emperor's Palace. The final test? Do you think those 3 questions are a joke? Ever since the Human Emperor went missing, so many peerless geniuses and martial gods of the Human Emperor's Palace have been working tirelessly to solve the problem, but none of them could. If these juniors can solve it, I'll bow to them 3 times. Come and admit them as your masters. Luli said confidently. Wu Gang nodded in agreement when he thought about the absurdity of the 3 questions. He raised a flag and waved it at the stairway in the distance. Rumble. The stairway to heaven shook. Suddenly, the entire stairway to heaven changed directions. It no longer extended towards the glorious Human Emperor Heavenly Palace, but into the void, as if it had entered into another inexplicable space. And in that space, there was also a strange palace that looked exactly the same as the human emperor heavenly palace. However, Yi Fei, who had been dragged into the test of the stairway, did not notice this. Kill. 8. Extreme Heavenly Dragon. Yi Fei's fighting spirit was like fire, and his limitless sword was as bright as the stars. He was fighting against the magus who had pulled him into the dark space. Unlike the ordinary magi outside, this magus who had pulled him into the dark space was very powerful. His skin was faintly shining with a bright silver light. Obviously, this was a silver-skinned sorcerer who had almost reached the level of senior magus, which was equivalent to a demigod of the human race. Once he entered this space, this silver-skinned sorcerer activated his magic and transformed into a tens of meters tall silver giant. His gigantic body was his most powerful weapon. Rumble. The silver giant's fist smashed into the limitless sword, causing the limitless sword to tremble. Yi Fei's entire body was sent flying by the impact. If it had been any other warrior facing such a terrifying magus, their confidence would have long since crumbled, and they would have chosen to retreat or give up the examination. Yi Fei also had such a plan. However, when he thought of the human emperor's mark on him and the human emperor's tomb he had seen on the White Bone planet, a soaring fighting spirit immediately ignited in his heart. Perhaps I'll be able to figure out everything after entering the human emperor's celestial palace. I can't lose. Even if you're a gold-bodied senior magus, you can forget about stopping me, let alone a mere silver wizard. Kill. Yi Fei held the limitless sword and charged forward again with a furious roar. However, the silver giant threw another punch and sent Yi Fei flying. He was sent flying further and harder. Again, however, Yi Fei only wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He still held the limitless sword and charged forward again. Die, you vile spawn! The silver giant seemed to be infuriated by Yi Fei. Suddenly, both of his fists shone with a blazing silver light. They were like two shining silver war hammers that smashed onto Yi Fei's body. Not only did it break all of Yi Fei's martial arts, it also heavily hit Yi Fei until he spat out blood and was sent flying. At the same time, a deadly threat was released from the silver giant. It formed a special spiritual wave that caused even demigods to feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. If it had been any other warrior facing such an opponent, they would have felt despair from the bottom of their hearts and retreated. However, Yi Fei did not retreat. The fighting spirit on his body was even stronger. Most importantly, he was not facing a real magus. It was just a projection of a magus that the celestial stairway had used some unknown method to manifest. If I can't even defeat a projection of a magus, how can I have the confidence to enter the impregnable pass of the human race and face those real magi in the future? My sword will never retreat, and the flames of war will never be extinguished. Again, I still want to fight. The fear only lasted for a moment. In Yi Fei's heart, a blazing and brilliant fighting spirit was ignited. This fighting spirit even suppressed the spiritual fear released by the silver giant. Then, Yi Fei ignored his injuries and raised the Wuji sword, smashing it forward again. Again, bam! The heavens and earth shook and the void shook. Yi Fei's sword smashed the void and shattered the firmament. The purplish-gold sword of stars collided with the silver light of the silver giant continuously. Dark red blood and silver blood splattered in the void. Finally, the blazing purplish-gold light completely engulfed the huge silver giant. Following an earth-shattering boom, the silver giant suddenly collapsed completely. All that was left was a heavily injured and bloodied figure holding a huge silver head and laughing heartily. I won. Boom. Yi Fei slashed again, tearing the void apart. The darkness in the sky disappeared completely. At the same time, a magnificent and mysterious palace appeared in front of him. This is the human emperor's celestial palace. Once I enter this palace, I'll have passed the human emperor's palace's test. Yi Fei took a step towards the palace. The palace immediately shone with a mysterious light, which actually healed Yi Fei's wounds instantly, as if he had never been injured in the first place. As expected of the human emperor's palace, it actually has such abilities. I was right. The decline of the human emperor's palace is only on the surface. Yi Fei stowed the Wuji sword away and was about to enter the human emperor's celestial palace. However, just as he raised his foot, the pressure in the surroundings suddenly multiplied. At the same time, a martial spirit tablet was erected in front of the human emperor's celestial palace. A string of information appeared on it. If you want to pass the human emperor's test, you need to answer the human emperor's 3 questions. Only by answering all of them correctly can you enter the palace. If you answer incorrectly once, the spatial pressure will increase by 1,000-fold. If you answer incorrectly, the spatial pressure will increase by 1,000-fold. If you answer incorrectly, the spatial pressure will increase by 10,000 times. Twice 10,000 times, 3 times, 100,000 times, 4 times, 1,000,000 times. Yi Fei suddenly felt his scalp tingle when he saw the words on the martial spirit tablet. After all, even though he was a martial emperor with a war demon body, the spatial pressure he could withstand was only 10,000 times. If he was careless and answered 2 questions incorrectly, wouldn't he instantly die? Chapter 1797. Not long after, the space shook again. Then, a ragged figure ran out of the void. When he saw that there was only Yi Fei outside the heavenly palace, Dongfang Yu was surprised and happy. No way. I'm the second person to pass before Di Fan. The test of the imperial palace? Dongfang Yu, you're not even a martial emperor. How did you pass the test? Di Fan walked out of the void as soon as he finished speaking. However, unlike Dongfang Yu's ragged clothes, Di Fan was still in white. He was filled with the might of a saint. As Di Fan spoke, the void shook again. The army of destruction and Shui Yu rushed out almost at the same time. Their faces were pale. However, when they saw that Dongfang Yu had passed the test, they scolded together. Dongfang Yu, what despicable means did you use? The last test of the stairway to heaven required you to face a demigod vicious beasts. Vicious beasts? Why did I face a demigod stone statue? Di Fan was confused. I faced a demigod Yin-Wu. Yi Fei couldn't help but interrupt. His words shocked Di Fan. Dongfang Yu was even more confused. What demigod? The last one I faced was a martial emperor's projection. I only managed to kill my way out after I refined the earthly spirit pearl and became a demigod. I see. The test of the human emperor palace is different for different realms. By the way, we've passed the test, right? What's with this martial spirit tablet? After experiencing the mysterious light's instant recovery, Di Fan and the others soon noticed the martial spirit tablet blocking the entrance of the heavenly palace. Their faces quickly turned pale. What? Answering 1 question wrong will increase the pressure by 1,000 times? I'm only an emperor to be. If I answer 2 questions wrong, I will be crushed to death. That's strange. Why is this test different from what Siyu told me? Dongfang Yu's face suddenly turned ugly. Ling Siyu had brought him to the Wind Cloud City because she wanted Dongfang Yu to join the human emperor palace with her. Naturally, she had also revealed the details of the test in advance. For example, if one wanted to join the human emperor palace, one had to complete the stairway to heaven to pass the test. Ling Siyu had never mentioned that a martial soul tablet had suddenly appeared and blocked their path after they finished climbing the stairs. The demigod who had sent them up the stairs had never mentioned it either. What's going on? The army of destruction was puzzled. What else could it be? We must have been tricked. Let's go out now and drag that demigod in to give him a good beating. Shui Yu was filled with resentment. He had almost died when he faced the demigod vicious beasts at the end. Now that he had cleared the stage with great difficulty, he had encountered another martial soul tablet, let alone Shui Yu. Even Yi Fei and Di Fan's faces were very ugly. They were all smart people. They did not need to guess to know that either the demigod outside had done something, or the human emperor palace did not want new people to join at all. It doesn't matter which it is. Since we're already here, If we leave with our tails between our legs, we'll only fulfill some people's wishes. Defan said coldly. He was a natural saint. He did not show his emotions on his face, but that did not mean he did not have a temper. Yi Fei was extremely displeased that he had been tricked by the middle-aged demigod for no reason. He nodded and said, Brother Defan, you're right. Since someone doesn't want us to pass the test, we'll pass the test. When the time comes, we'll have to deal with some people's moods. With that, Yi Fei walked towards the martial soul tablet with a cold face. He channeled a strand of true essence into it and activated it. The martial soul tablet immediately shone brightly. A cold, mechanical voice rang out from it. The human emperor's 3 questions. The first question is, what is the strongest in this world? Does it even need to be said? Obviously, the martial god is the strongest. Shui Yu answered without even thinking about it. A furious roar immediately rang out from the martial soul tablet. Wrong. You bunch of idiots. You don't even know such a simple question. Serves you right for being 1,000 times more pressured. Boom. The martial soul tablet shook violently. Immediately, Yi Fei and the others felt like a mountain was pressing down on them, causing their footsteps to become heavy. The weakest, Dongfang Yu, could only remain in a horse stance. He immediately glared at Shui Yu. The army of destruction sent a kick towards Shui Yu. Yi Fei and Di Fan stared at the martial soul tablet with ashen faces. Brother Di, I suddenly have the urge to smash the martial soul tablet. Yi Fei was very displeased. He had heard very clearly that the martial soul tablet could actually be used to curse people. A sneer suddenly flashed through Di Fan's face. He growled, interesting. I never thought that the human emperor's 3 questions would test intelligence instead of strength. It's a pity that this can't stop me. Since the human emperor's hall is the divine hall of the humans, and the human emperor is the ruler of the world, the strongest in the eyes of the human emperor is obviously humans. That's right. You're worth teaching. Remember, the strongest in the world will always be humans. We're born weak, but our potential is limitless. Remember, humans can conquer the heavens. The heavens do as you wish. A voice of praise actually rang out from the martial soul tablet. Difan's expression finally improved slightly. Yi Fei and the others all looked over. They never thought Difan would be able to answer the human emperor's 3 questions so easily. The human emperor's second question, who is the strongest in the world? The first question disappeared from the martial soul tablet and was quickly replaced by the second question. Seeing this question, Shui Yu wanted to answer without thinking. However, before he could speak, the army of destruction had already sent a kick towards him. Shut up, you good-for-nothing. Dongfang bastard, cover his mouth. Army of destruction, I dare you to say that again. Dongfang Yu was furious, but he still hurriedly took out a rag and stuffed it into Shui Yu's mouth. Yi Fei hurriedly pretended that he didn't see anything. He was truly frightened by Shui Yu's blabbermouth. If he answered another question incorrectly, the pressure would increase by 10,000 times. Dongfang Yu would be pushed out immediately, and the others would reach their limits. Difan, you answer. Yi Fei finally looked at Difan and said. Difan's face sank, and he quickly sank into deep thought. However, the more he thought, the more cold sweat appeared on Difan's forehead. In the end, he helplessly shook his head and said, I can't answer this question. I only know that the Ji Zun is the strongest in the world, but I don't know who is the strongest in the human race. As for which Ji Zun is the strongest, I can't answer this question. Brother Yi, what about you? Yi Fei bitterly smiled and shook his head. He knew the name of a Ji Zun. For example, Ji Zun Tiandi was definitely very strong. However, he couldn't guarantee that there wasn't someone stronger than Ji Zun Tiandi in this world. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.